talking about wrestling.
No, the wrestling talk did not make it into the recording.
This did though.
So it is early morning, day 27 of your guys' adventure. At the very end of last session, as you ferry the corpses of Rex and Harantor towards Brindol, you, as the sun rose before you as you head east, you saw in the distance behind you the circling forms of two dragons, one green, one black, over the settlement of Nimon Gap. You have made some progress towards Talar, but the road between here and Brindle is still relatively unknown. As you travel on this road, on your horses, on your mounts,
Thank you.
your thoughts, no doubt, on perhaps your own mortality and the mortality of your peers. Rex, you begin to observe a sort of fuzzy sense in the darkness that makes you realize that you weren't really even aware you were conscious. You can't feel your body. You can only begin to feel that you are not alone, that there is some pressure, some light around you. And it feels as though your eyes are closed, or perhaps your senses are closed. You do not feel eyelids to shut them or to open them. But after a long time, that fuzz, that gradient, that sort of background static resolves itself into light in the darkness. After some time passes, perhaps minutes, perhaps months or years, it's really hard for you to tell. You begin to notice that your consciousness resides in some sort of grand stream of light made up of small motes of light, almost like matches lit in the darkness, that kind of waver and fade in and out of your vision. However, as you watch, it's clear to you that all of these motes are slowly traveling this celestial river in the same direction. And after much effort and focus, you can see that they all travel far into the distance, into what looks almost like a faded spiral of finality that you don't recognize. None of this you really recognize. What strikes you, however, is that you do not seem to be pulled along this river with all the other motes. And in fact, as more time passes and as you gain more understanding of your surroundings, it seems as though you have some slight freedom of movement to push yourself along this stream towards that distant spiral, or to go against it in the opposite direction, or perhaps even to move out of the stream altogether. As you grasp this ability, this newfound ability, you also begin to notice that there are projections, impossibly distant, almost like viewing the distant stars of the Milky Way at night, on a clear night, where when you look at it quickly, it seems only like a faded sort of band or a faded picture. But as you stare at it more discreetly, you can make out very detailed images, very detailed scenes within these projections. And you spend much time focusing on these and seeing some very curious visions. The one that strikes you as most interesting is that of a great and endless forest. It reminds you of your time in the Witchwood, on great hunts, tracking prey, but so much larger. As if the entire vale, perhaps the entire continent, were just one forest. And you glimpse strange beasts. You glimpse creatures you've never even imagined, which strikes you as intriguing given the vast variety of fauna that you have hunted in your life. As you sort of explore this forest from a great distance, almost as if you're projecting yourself within it, you notice that the projections themselves float around you and interpose themselves at times. And so a projection of some great and distant blackness, spirals of hurricanes of chaos begin to fold over that forest, throwing everything into disarray before moving apart again and making themselves disparate. But what you notice is that one projection seems to be pursuing this forest, coming closer and closer, not to pass through, but to consume. And within that myriad points of light, you see each one is some foul abomination, a horned creature, a embodiment of hate or suffering, and each is on a warpath. And as you take in the chaos within, you see that it is not just this forest that you found that is being chased, but very many of these projections are being pursued by this cloud of chaos. And it is here where we will pause and return to our living party members.
I really want to do something really opposite of the theme right now. Just like something completely insensitive.
So what do you think being dead's like?
Do you think Rex could feel it if we poke his body? Stuff like that. But I won't. I'll just talk about it in the third person.
You, of all people,
Yeah.
should know. You guys are less than halfway between Nemon Gap and Tower at this point.
Okay.
Obviously, you're moving a bit more slowly than you were before. And you have lost your ability to have a rotation that allows you to sort of travel great distances without side effects.
Right.
So with that in mind, and knowing that great winged beasts lurk over the settlement behind you. What would you like to do?
You say we're halfway between Neiman Gap and Tarleton?
Talar.
Where's Talar?
The next one over.
Oh, we went.
before
Okay,
Brindol.
I thought we went south from the city, not east.
No.
You rode the Dawn way.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
Well, shoot. Okay.
So the Dawn way at this point. Is
Oh,
essentially
we already
there's-
got our horses
there's
and then went
plains on the
east.
side.
Yes.
Of it. Yep.
Right.
That is correct.
Yeah. So, I don't see anywhere where we could take cover. I think our best bet is to ride as quickly as possible, and if those dragons descend on us, we may want to split and get them to chase us separately. So one of us will make it.
Yeah.
I will have Eben flying and trailing about a mile back and a little under a mile back, a little under a mile up to stay within contact and just looking for a sense of if there is danger spotted or not.
Noted.
Yeah. It's just plains in front of us here, basically. Nothing really to hide under.
Both to the north and the south. Now, that isn't to say that there isn't any cover whatsoever.
There's occasional trees or something.
There are occasional trees. There's bushes, undergrowth. There's tall grass. It would not be impossible for you to hide. It would be impossible for any of your mounts to hide.
Right. Well, if the dragons come on us, we probably ditch the mounts. Try to hide amongst the grass.
Oh yeah, I can Redrick or
Right.
Felrud today still. Okay, Davian, what do these dragons have dark vision?
Everything has dark vision these days.
Speak for yourself.
I will.
I mean, it's
If
dawn,
I need a
it's-
roll for it, that's fine. I'm pretty confident that all dragons have dark vision.
Go ahead and roll. It is Arcana, by the way.
Yep, 31.
Yeah, you're fairly sure all the dragons that you've encountered are able to see in the dark. That's also probably enough for you to you to know that it's rarely the only sense that is acute
Right, yeah.
of a dragon. Scent is almost always also quite strong in dragons.
Well, I mean, it's dawn anyway. I forgot. That's why I was asking if it was still nighttime. It's
Dragons
dawn.
are well known for their legendary perceptive abilities. Night is not likely to offer us any shelter.
So yeah, we push east as fast as we can because every second we dally is a second they get closer, or have a chance of seeing us.
Yeah, I think we'll double time it to Tellar.
Maybe we.
Even if we end
do
up
we want
exhausted.
to? I guess do we take a 10-minute rest though, because in case we do run into something.
Yeah.
I'm not quite full health, and I would like get the focus points back if.
If you get all your focus points back in one short rest.
There's a feat for that.
No,
I don't have it.
It's called being a psychic.
I don't plan on taking it. So you can always get them all back.
You get 2 for 10 minutes.
That's pretty busted. Not busted, not like that actually busted, but I'm just jealous. That's all. Oh, I did not do that. Why did it do that? Yeah, I guess we can take 10 minutes to hold up, I guess, in case we run into anything. Yeah, I know I don't have any healing right now, as it is,
actually.
except for my potion.
I'm kaput. I have no potions. I have no scrolls. I have no.
I'm gonna
Mostly no useful.
during
spells.
this 10 minutes, I'm gonna treat wounds myself. That's a crit. So crit. Let's see, the DC is what I think it is. Yeah, it's a 15, and I got 20. No, that's 30. Okay. So it's 48. Seven and an 8. 8 and a 3. That's 15. 26. So I'm back to full. it's just me. It's just like the healing kit. Healing.
Oh, gotcha. I will regain a focus point on our breather.
Oh, yeah, so you are taking. Oh, yeah, so you're doing those. Okay, I will also gain a focus point. Let's pick a breathing spot where we're not immediately obvious.
Right. If we could get near a tree or some brush sack, I mean, whatever we could.
And any amount of cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could be real picky.
You can do that. It's going to be pretty minor, but yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, that's what I figure.
And just keeping an eye on that horizon, just to make sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's quite. Get one of these back. Okay.
I'll probably know before you see anything.
Oh, I know, but like, I didn't say me keeping an eye on this. I mean us keeping an eye on the horizon.
Fair. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be the first one to notice. Evan will probably be the first one to notice.
Oh, and Tor had a potion of escape, right?
I have no idea if Tornado pushed
Yeah.
escape.
He did. He didn't use it, I don't think, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna take it and I'm going to throw it to Redrick. So if we need it,
Give it to Felru. Go super fast.
yeah.
True.
Hopefully we won't need this, but I think that Davian and I can probably get ourselves out of here a little easier.
I need to pick one of these up, actually. Realizing how fucking slow I am.
Yeah, that's all that I would do.
Is it
And
expeditious retreat?
actually, I guess
I guess that's what it is. 'Cause I don't
in
see-
the 10 minutes, I guess you're not doing anything, right?
No.
We got some
I'm
jewels.
just focusing.
Yeah, we have some jewels. I don't know if we could, you or Redrick could try to identify those. I think they're mundane jewels. Zach, the jewels we got from OY. Could we appraise? Would you have like appraisal?
Yeah, a crafting check is what I would want.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I think you're the best at this. Type of fort.
Crafting's gonna be 25.
You pick up the
35.
Oh.
you pick up the
No, 25, I'm done.
jewelry, which consists of several armbands, bracelets, a necklace, earrings, multiple sets of earrings, and as I described before, they just feel like costume jewelry.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically light and silvery and feel fake. However, when you examine them closely, you realize they could not be further from the truth. These are entirely made of finely wrought mithril,
Oh, Jesus.
making them quite light, almost to the point of, surprising your sort of senses. You don't often see mithril used for jewelry, which is why you were so easily fooled.
Why would you?
But yeah, these are certainly more valuable than like a gold set of jewelry. So it's hard to say exactly what you could get for them, as they are rather odd. But you suspect, at the very least, just for the cost of the mithril itself, you could get 600 gold for the set.
Big?
You'd have to find the right buyer, but yeah,
It,
Brindol should make that a little easier.
knowledge check on Mithril, assuming that Redrick shares that.
This is just.
This
gold.
is nothing.
This is actually gold-plated lead. Actually, I'm just gonna pop
This is worthless.
basically. No, I share this.
It is now called Dawn Silver, by the way.
Oh,
Dawn
I did
Silver.
not know that.
I didn't either until I tried to find Mithril, and I was like, why is only Dawn Silver coming up? Legacy
So-
version Mithril.
So we finally have a source of adamantine in the kukri, which can matter for my one ranged cantrip. What kind of check do I roll to see if Dawn Silver is like bane to a creature of some type? Is it worth me keeping one of these little bangles or something to have a mithril source to shoot at enemies?
How many? How many of them are there too?
So your crafting check would reveal this, if you'd want to share.
Yeah.
Dawn Silver is not inherently bane to any creature. Its use is in its remarkable strength for weight. It's stronger than steel, but much lighter than even than any metal. It's roughly equivalent to like a wooden version, like a light wooden version of that item.
So it feels cheap though. That's probably why I
Yes.
picked it up when this is costume jewelry.
Absolutely. So it reduces the bulk of any item that is made with it, and then there are special side effects if you use it for armor. It reduces the strength score that's required. It reduces speed limits. It reduces armor check penalties, all that good stuff. And then I don't know what it does to weapons. Actually, let me see.
Nothing from what I can tell.
It just makes it lighter.
Reduces the bulk.
How many pieces of jewelry is this mithril divided up in?
One dagger's worth.
It's. Let me double check.
Because if, could you just keep the back of one earring? Would that be enough to cast your spell? Or does it have to be the weapon?
I just need a small bit, but also it doesn't sound like this helps my cantrip get any more versatile.
No.
Oh, true. That's right. No, it doesn't matter then. Yeah. So, I don't think the question matters, Zach. If you don't want to keep looking.
Well, I want to look to make sure I know how much there was.
Man, Needle Nurse does 6d4 on a hit now.
Doesn't have there's like a secondary effect too, doesn't it? On a crit, something like that.
If I crit success on my hit, they take 4 persistent bleed.
So it's roughly one chunk of mithril for purposes of rules, or of Dawn Silver, which is 1/10 of an ingot of Dawn Silver.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll probably hit the road then.
Jack.
For that 10 minutes.
I guess while we're stopped for another 2 minutes or something. You just told us this last time, and we kind of assumed, but there's a +1 striking glaive that I would like to confirm the identity of.
Yes.
Cool. 23.
That is enough.
Okay. So confirm that is a +1 striking glaive. Yes. And then 5th level chain armor. Oh, that's the one
We stole.
Rontor took the night when we were doing our grid search.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just +1 chain.
I will also. I did try and confirm the identity of that particular item.
It was a 5th level chain armor, so he read it as like a 5th level item. and
Where did
it's
that
chain
come
armor.
from?
That was stolen from someone's room in.
When we were doing the grid search.
Oh.
And it was in that nice.
We
display
stole it from the
box.
thief. I
Yes,
think, right?
yes, I remember. Yeah.
So it's plus. I just assumed it was +1 chain armor.
No, we
And I
stole
have-
that one from a rich guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Tor stole it.
You guys did what with what now?
Tor stole it from the rich guy.
I was dead,
Yeah.
so you can't.
Can't.
Yeah, you
can't hear me.
can't blame Rex. But yeah, I
Yeah.
got my silly hat on. Let's see what we got.
That'll be enough.
Nice.
12 plus.
If it's not, then we got something good.
12 plus a lot.
Yeah, 29.
It is silver armor. It's a silver chain shirt.
I don't know why I feel like we knew that.
Yeah, for some reason I thought you guys found that out already.
We might have. It might have been outdated in our notes. I'm just being thorough and while we have a moment, given that I can do it pretty quick.
Call him Henry David.
Oh wow, that's actually worth.
In the right situation. That's pretty cool.
It's
Interesting.
good the first.
Okay, so
time.
it's worth more than I thought because the rune itself is worth 160 on it. Oh, if there's a,
Is there a rune?
There is no room.
Okay,
Yeah,
then it's. So it's
Just a silver chain shirt.
okay.
What does silver do? Resist natural attacks of things that are baned of silver?
It makes them sickened when they touch it.
The
Okay.
devils only.
Okay, you need to go hug everyone in Brindol, and we'll find the spot.
It's bulk too.
Right, that's how that works.
So 6 GB plus.
When they throw up, they throw
The
up. They're
middle-
like, you're like, you must be a devil. No, I'm just so disgusted. A lowborn like you would hug me.
And I'm a devil.
And also, I'm a devil.
We're not mutually exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
So that 10 minutes is up,
Mhm.
obviously. Maybe perhaps a little more.
Mm-hmm.
You are continuing?
Yep. I'd say we try and avoid making dust, but I don't know if we can do that without going off the dawnway.
Always not dusty.
Going as fast as possible on the dawnway. Yeah, it shouldn't be dusty.
What
I think I've
is...
said.
Who is your slowest of the group?
Probably me, 35 with over.
Yeah, we're moving because we're 40.
Horses are 40.
Who is... Where are your deceased allies?
Well, did we put them in the bag of holding or not?
Yeah.
If we can, we would probably stick them in the bag of holding.
I thought we determined that the bag of holding could not hold that much.
Fine, I'll put them in my sleeves.
You'd have had to.
No, I mean, if we have to, we'll,
Then it would be like on our
we'll
horse.
take turns with them, sort of
I-
thrown over our
I
horses.
believe.
I might be wrong. I
When would our spells have
It's
refreshed?
25 bulk you could put in it.
Last.
When would what?
Our spells have refreshed last.
Before, so we talked about this last session. It was
Oh yeah, we did because you were
somewhere on the path, basically
after
when we were sort of going to Tarleton, and then we're like, nope, we're going to Dimon Gap instead. There was a rest or something somewhere in there when I was not here.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I was trying to like backdate when I would have chosen spells,
Yeah.
and if I knew that there was going to be people in Dimon Gap or not, that was going to affect what I chose. So it was.
There shouldn't have been a
Zach,
rest.
for
yet.
reference, medium creature
Sense
has
the fight.
6 bulk. Bag of holding can hold 25. I don't know if that.
So you guys don't have a normal spacious pouch. I don't think, unless you got it elsewhere. The one you got in the Witchwood,
Yeah.
that was a smaller version that holds 15 bulk.
Okay.
How much is in it now?
It's at 5. No, it's at 6. So we can only hold one of them. In
Without our gear on.
there. Right.
Right.
So I guess just probably have them on the horse.
So I think I would also have my. That's what I asked when we last refreshed our spells because I was trying to figure out, and I think I would still have my marvelous mount spell
You should.
Oh yeah.
for the day because
You should,
we
yeah.
fought instead of using it.
Right.
So I can
So we can
cast
just
that.
give ourselves a break and put one of them in there, and put one of them in the bag of holding,
Mhm.
and that works at least for a while.
for 8
Still
hours.
would have to strip all the gear though. Because
How much is in the bag of holding?
6 bulk, I think. I mean, we can just put both on horses, so we don't have to do the calculation
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
I don't
That only
really-
lasts
I
for-
really
that
don't
only
know
lasts for 8
yet.
hours anyway.
Yeah. Well, then we'll
How many hours are we from the next city? Talar.
Let's see. You are.
Expert now.
Let's
True.
see.
We made this trip before.
Yeah.
I recognize that boulder. That is a nice
Nice boulder.
That boulder
You
is
said 35.
X amount of hours away.
Yeah, it's our slowest. Poor fellow. Poor Redrick. So slow.
They have 0 speed right now.
I don't know. You're moving
I don't
pretty
know.
quick.
It sounds like you have some agency over where
It
you're
sounds like you're
going
moving
right
40 feet around action. I mean,
You could get there in. You could get there by before nightfall. You would arrive at Talar.
now. Yeah, fair game. We'll try and rest there for the night.
yeah.
You arrive to an almost entirely empty
Wow.
town.
It's
The
actually promising.
the individuals that you see here are clearly
Looters.
looting,
God damn it.
and they pay you absolutely no mind.
There's no cover. There's no place. There's no cover in this area either. I assume around town. Besides the
Talar
buildings.
Talar has buildings, yes, but not a lot of
Forest.
forest. No.
All right. So do we risk staying in a building and risk running into some looters trying to take from us? Terrible idea on their part, but I mean,
Pick a
Fair.
place that looks like it's already been picked over. Leave all the doors and windows open.
knock ourselves in a bedroom or something. Just so we can get some rest. That's what's sneaking up on us.
This is a larger town by comparison because of its vicinity to Brindol.
Yeah.
So it does very much feel like a ghost town, but there are a lot of buildings here.
Right. Let's.
Imagine we would just stay at an abandoned tavern.
Let's pick. I think we should pick wherever draws least attention, even if it's some random looted house in the outskirts of town, because we don't know if that spy that we let get away isn't here, and if they spot us walking through town, who knows what will happen. We do not want to go. Maybe we can go into a tavern, but if we get spot going into said tavern and that spy manages to report to the dragons where we are, we're in trouble. So my recommendation would be to just.
Thinking for a moment, I'm trying to think of what was the last place that you would bother to loot if you were looting. Where is there just nothing?
I say we just stay at the tavern. We know these things can be invisible, so I'm not.
Let's stay at the stables.
That's
That's
call,
fine.
actually. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh.
We'll tie the horses to Felru, and Felru can
Yeah.
make sure they don't get taken
Yeah,
or
yeah.
alert us if there's a problem.
Literally, Faru, face kick anyone who tries to take these horses.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's the only thing that you'd go looking at the stables for, and so as long as Felru's got them covered, we'll
Mhm.
probably be okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that.
Do we want to carry on through the night to Brindle?
We don't. We'll be traveling slower because we don't have the horse anymore because it's gonna vanish. It already probably has vanished already actually.
Wait,
The horse I summoned to carry.
Is that
carry the
Brindle's
extra body.
less than a full day travel
I
from
missed that you
Talar?
did
Is that right?
I thought we just had them.
It
thrown over
would
on
have been
horses.
Mm-hmm.
for your
If that works. That works.
Yeah.
prior arrangement. No, it's a little more
Mm-hmm.
with your current arrangement.
Okay.
It's like 35 miles from
Mm-hmm.
Talar.
Would it just be best to rest when we get there? We don't have to worry about resting in a town full of looters and potentially a spy.
Yeah.
We're worried about that. We might as well just hit the road.
Can we at least stop for a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
One of you patch me up, possibly.
I mean, I could have done that on the 10-minute rest.
Oh, you've laid on hands back already?
Every 10 minutes now, I get a postman back.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
I'll do that
Yeah,
now.
if you still have if you're still not at full after lay on hands, I can treat wounds.
Sick.
And then before we go to rest, I'll even take 20 minutes to get my focus points back.
How much do I get laid on hands
24.
for? 24.
You still need it, Kevin?
I'm too shy of
Okay,
full.
we'll do it. Alright, that's a crit. You get 48 health.
48.
19 health you regain.
I am back to full. Yeah, so I guess maybe we stop at the stables for a little bit for a slightly longer breather.
Okay. Sure.
Get back all of our focus points and stuff at least, and we're all patched up, and then
Just carry on
continue through the night.
Yeah, I think that I like the idea because I think Brindle we're definitely going to be safe resting in, but here, like you said,
We should get there and Brindle's on fire.
Yeah.
Rinar, what the hell?
So, where are you from? Are they accepting outsiders?
trust me, wishing I was back there now, but no good to wish on what might be.
I thought you wanted to come here and do good. Isn't that what you came? But you don't want to do good anymore?
Oh no, I know that I need to be here. That's not the same as
Not wanting to be here?
correct. Maybe it's a linguistic difference here, but I think you understand my meaning.
I think I do. I was just confirming. All right. How many hours is it to Brindle from Talar?
35 miles.
So that's a little more than a full day's travel at your guys' speed.
So if we go through the night, will we get there in like evening?
Maybe we'll go.
You mean leaving now?
Yes. If we are at nightfall. If we left now.
Yeah, you would get there. You would get there around evening on the next day,
Okay.
and you would be, everyone would be exhausted.
Oh yeah.
I think I'd
absolutely.
rather do that.
Where's Brindle again? There. And
Do you think either way we're getting there by?
Am I crazy, or is there a little bit of forest between Talar and Brindle north of the road? Or am I imagining it? I'm probably imagining it.
Yeah, there's not. I mean, there might be a copse of trees here and there, but there's no
Okay.
major forest.
That's my vote is make haste to Brindle. I'll take the exhaustion on the road and get there sooner rather than later
Yeah.
in a safe bed.
Let's do it.
Okay, we'll do that. You're good with that too, Kevin? Okay, we'll do that then, Zach.
What would it be like? Almost 2 days since we slept. Like it would be like 38
Yeah.
hours, 30 and 40 hours probably.
Yeah, so we take the fatigue and we'll lose the fatigue when we sleep in Brindle.
Focus points reacquired.
Yep, so here.
All right. So how long do you stay in Talar?
20 minutes, I think is.
Yeah, under an hour for sure.
Yeah.
We're in and out quick.
maybe just
Just get a good breather.
maybe
Eat some
maybe
food,
yeah, so
drink some water.
maybe we just round it
less-
up to an hour for all those reasons.
Yeah. Probably also use this time to, we're not fools. We know that trying to bring Rex and Rontor back is going to cost money, so we, in character, go through and take a more extensive inventory of what we have.
Right. So our best bet for bringing them back. I remember when I was in Brindle, the most prominent cleric I heard of was Tredora Goldenbrow, cleric of Serenray. I think that's our best bet. And maybe
What's the name?
Tredora Goldenbrow.
Tridora.
We might want to go to
Lord Jarmath.
Jormath first.
Davian, do you know you've met Lord Jarmath before?
You've probably met him. You've probably never had like counsel with him alone.
Right.
Yeah. So you've seen him, but he's the lord of the entire city, so he's got a lot going on.
Yeah. Tredora is hard to get to, and if we need her services, it might behoove us to talk to Jarmath first and get his name to open up the door.
It's probably our best bet. I'm not sure what sort of sway he holds with the clerics, but at least he's the most notable name in the city. Should be able to open some doors for us.
Worst case scenario, we go to the high priest without his blessing, and we're no worse off than we were before.
Devin, do you think your father, Balthier, could help us at all?
Possibly. He works for the headmaster at the Brindol Academy. Trying to remember. So we know there's.
Demindari and Thiar.
Yeah. Why did you know that? There was 3 different possible ways to bring someone back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Reincarnate,
Resurrection.
resurrect,
Raise
and
dead.
raise dead. Raise dead would be the wizard method of bringing someone back. Resurrect is cleric. Reincarnate is probably
I think they're
primal
all.
and divine.
Not necessarily.
I think that raise dead is divine. I want to say I looked at the. I think. Yeah, so it's a divine spell. So cleric is my guess for maybe reincarnate would also be on another list.
Occultism,
Reincarnate could be
perhaps.
Primal.
Or primal, yeah.
Primary trick natures. Oh wait, no, that's not it though. Bless you.
It doesn't actually show you. Interesting with the.
Is it a ritual?
Oh,
Yeah, 'cause
yeah,
it's a
that'd be why,
ritual.
because anybody
Yeah.
can do a ritual.
That's true.
Right.
Resurrection's gotta be.
They're just-
divine, right?
Yeah, resurrect and reincarnate are both rituals,
Mm-hmm.
but they're
Oh.
one's nature lead and the other one's religion lead.
Well.
So race that's the only one that's actually a spell.
Mm-hmm.
And what school is that?
Divine.
Also divine. So if anyone can cast in the city, it'll be the high priest. But she also commands the most. The other, like, it's taking a step down even from being the high priest. She commands the followers command the most magic and divine magic in the city. So it's also possible that maybe some of her followers can cast some of these spells, but I have no idea.
I'd prefer to get the best for this,
Oh, I would too.
if possible.
I just think that of the three churches, I mean, for Erasmus Church doesn't particularly. I mean, they don't really, they do more utility than they do right out healing. I'm not sure if this falls in the domain of healing. I mean, Pharasma is the goddess of life and death, and
So I remember,
Yeah,
like
afterlife.
in other D&D lore, the Raven Queen is,
Pharasma
like-
is the closest thing to that.
right, but there was a certain amount of like finality, and she wasn't a fan of undead, and then probably also wasn't a favor of like frivolous reincarnation and that, like, using it sort of flippantly or like wantonly. Is Pharasma the type of deity that would like potentially object to trying to bring them back?
Make a religion check.
19.
You know that Pharasma certainly isn't known for her for bringing people back from the brink. But you've never heard of Pharasma rejecting that idea. You're not sure whether the sect here in Brindol would what they would do. But Pharasma being a force of balance and loathing the undead, you suspect it could go either way.
Well, we have ourselves a follower of Saren right here. I think that's our best bet, regardless.
I agree. There's a reason the Cathedral of Sarenrae is what dominates the skyline.
It was quite impressive.
I didn't realize you had been to Brindle before.
Not for long.
Got arrested. Wait, actually. I see. I buy
You
that.
just passed through, right? Like just as you were coming down from the north.
Brindle was there for a week or two. Know the basics of the city.
I was tore twice from the arrested.
Did you actually name drop Taminda?
Yes.
How do you know
Internet.
Taminda Rayanfield?
I just know that she's the headmistress of the Brindle Academy. Quite an impressive library they have. They were a bit stingy with their access of it, but I found
Gotta pay him more.
drop a coin or two. I was able to get in. Didn't meet the headmistress herself, but know of her.
Is Jarmath a human?
Jarmath is a human.
But
Also, there's also one other church in the city, but I think I still.
Caldera.
I still think Santa Ra's our best bet.
I still agree.
you have any idea why she's called Goldenbrow, by the way? Is that a
Do I know
family
why she's
name
called
or-
Goldenbrow? Do I know what race she is?
So that last name,
Fedora,
it
sounds like an
screams
elf.
dwarf to me.
I was gonna say screams elf. I'm thinking like
Or could be halfling or gnome too. Yeah, probably
like what
more
we just
halfling.
named like
Yeah, a bunch
my-
of non-human races.
My immediate thought was like elf because like oh she's got like a very shiny.
She could just be a blonde human.
Yeah, exactly. She's a blonde human, yeah, I literally like we've run the gamut now.
I think you would know a little bit about her, just given your
She's your pope.
Yeah, literally.
yeah.
the highest of my order in the Vale.
And the whole Vale, even compared to Denevar,
Oh, actually,
is that
I should know if that's true.
So at
She-
least it
doesn't necessarily.
her place in the church is comparable to the High Priest of Denevar, or of Sarenrae and Denevar.
Okay.
It is the only similarity. Every other cleric order is stronger in Denevar by a good margin. But it kind of goes to show just how strong Sarenrae's influence is on Brindol. She is much more than just a dwarf. She is an
She's a
Aasimar.
dwarf. And she's a dwarf Aasimar.
No, she is.
I mean,
She,
Short step.
I think in this setting, Aasimar are just sort of.
they're variant, right? They're.
I don't think so. In not in this setting. In this setting, in the sort of
in this setting.
in this
sorry.
setting, Aasimar are like almost alien. Like
Like your character in when we started Rise of the Rune Lords, or Jade Regent, the one that died.
yeah, sort of.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's almost specific race.
Yeah.
Okay.
She is sort of. She shares features of dwarves and humans and halflings and elves.
So she's got angel blood.
Basically,
That's
yeah.
basically what she is.
So she's known for being extremely beautiful and commanding in presence.
Wonderful. Well, I just like. Yeah, I'll share that just in the sense that like, she's just part angel. I don't mean that poetically. I mean that literally.
Wouldn't be the
Probably,
strange.
I was to say it probably sounds like strange, but not insane in the world we are. Right? The same way that it's like, no. The gods are a fact of life here. Like there's no, there's tangible evidence and interaction that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
You
again,
don't-
she has like almost this pope status where
Mhm.
she's like above the rest of the
You
congregation.
don't even like see the slightest bit of surprise on Renar's face, and you just drop the fact that literal angel blood is your pope.
We don't fuck around.
So, if I understand correctly, you were traveling through the night.
Yeah, we're blitzing.
Yeah.
Blitzing there.
Only we killed that spy.
As you leave and head toward Brindol, as sort of
Is it worth noting that we don't go down the main fare of Telar, that we kind of skirt the side streets, we don't make a big presence?
yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, you get the sense, and even in passing, that most of the folks here are opportunists.
Sure.
That
It's
they
not them
wouldn't-
I'm worried about, it's the spy that could be among them.
Yeah, sure.
Probably isn't, but this is not the time to find out.
Just before dawn, as you head toward Brindol, you begin to see travelers on the road. A great deal of them.
Heading towards Brindle.
Yes.
It's gonna be a clusterfuck when we get there.
There are
It's gonna be four towns worth of refugees.
many injured. There are many dead as you pass them.
Dead of what?
Some of them look to be of injuries, but most look to be elderly. perhaps unused to this type of grueling travel. And you see just a huge variety of passerby. Because of the early time, most are still camped, either under tents or just under the stars. Many have, they carry all of their worldly belongings with them, either on their person, dragging them on sleds, or in wagons or wheelbarrows, even in many cases, just whatever they had access to.
Yeah.
Almost all of them are in poor hygiene, not just from the road, the travel, but also from scrapping with their, opportunists among them, and just trying to make haste to get out of their hometowns. You don't arrive in Brindle until...
As we're traveling, and just a point of flavor, I'll be saying prayers under my breath for those who've died, hoping that their journey into the afterlife goes well for them.
Absolutely. And you aren't the only one speaking prayers as you travel. You hear a great deal of not only the sort of crying of those in pain or loss, but just those who are overwhelmed by what they're seeing here, what they're experiencing, and the loss of their homes and their livelihoods. The mood is not great.
If there are any people that look like they're about to keel over from injury, I'll pop them with the lay on hands as they pass by.
Okay.
I only have 2 charges, but if I see 2, I'll use them.
You certainly have no trouble finding some injured.
It won't help exhaustion, but it'll. If someone's like they're gonna die of a leg infection or something.
If I come across, I guess specifically a sort of in their prime capable adult who might be wounded, I have my 1 charge of my gloves of healing. I would pass that out too.
Okay.
Part of me was half expecting you to say, I have 1 charge in my magic missiles. I just finished
put them out of their misery.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You find an elderly couple, sort of short and hunched over in their age, each of them holding a handle of a wheelbarrow with a youth sort of sitting inside of it, his leg clearly broken and poorly splinted.
Define youth.
Oh, maybe 16, 17 years old.
Alright, fair. You can hold a sword. That's unironically,
I see.
That is
That's
the level of pragmatism being applied
That's
here. Is I'm not going to save Grandpa, who's not going to be able to help in what's to come.
I see. Yes.
And obviously, I don't have the every 10 minutes. Here you go.
And neither do I while we're on the road.
Oh, that's true.
You obviously get much thanks, and you see as you kind of, you're not wasting any time. You give a blessing and leave. You see him lift his grandmother into the wheelbarrow and begin pushing it himself.
Good lad.
You notice that they have no belongings. Seemingly, that was the only thing they could carry. You arrive at the hills outside of Brindol before nightfall to see...
Do you have a picture of Brindol, of the city of Brindol?
I wish I did.
Okay.
I wish I did. I have a map, but I have no...
It's a missed opportunity.
I'll take the
I know. I wonder...
that sort of like visual aid really helps me like visualize the... I don't know.
Let me see if anyone's... I know that a great deal of people made maps of the city, but I don't know if anyone made art of the...
I have this picture set for Magnamar, my notes. I made a campaign. I freaking love that picture. It's so good.
It's really good.
Yeah. I'm sure Zach's ever seen this picture. From Magnamar.
Yes, I have. I love that picture. I love how much presence the bridge gets.
Yeah.
It really gives you an idea of the scale of what was the old city was like.
Imagine Drellin's Ferry had that same vibe, just scaled down, where the bridge, had it been still constructed, compared to the size of the little town around it, would have just made it feel small by comparison. Oh, that was me like an hour ago. D-E-D, dead.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything for you, sorry. If I find something, I'll let you know.
That's okay. I'll settle for a map if it's a map that you can share.
Let me see if I can find a version that's safe for
Work.
consumption.
Wow. We're opening Joel's tonight.
Well, you arrive to Brindol, seeing basically chaos. There is an immense amount of people outside of the west gates of the city. And you can see from this vantage point a line forming from the south gates as well.
I'm gonna keep an eye out for what's her name? Captain
Anita Serrana? Or Serrana? Anita?
Serrana, yeah.
Serrana or any of the
Refugees from
guards we'd recognize from Drellin's Ferry.
Yeah.
Seems like a decent ticket to a fast pass.
The city is striking, as it has a 20-foot high,
Got struck on the city.
20-foot high stone wall around its entirety. The only part of the city not surrounded by wall is the north, the side that is formed by the river, the Elsier River.
Okay, so it has natural fortification instead of man-made fortification.
Correct.
Which,
Dope.
yeah.
The river flows pretty quickly here, and there are two rather large stone bridges that connect it to the north bank.
It's okay. We have a decaying.
We're good.
Great.
We're good at
Let's
getting
go.
those.
Start chiseling.
There,
Can't wait to Helm's Deep the shit out of this place.
there are already signs of soldiers working in the fields. Mostly what you see now is digging. There's a lot of digging happening.
Oh, God. Digging graves
Trenches.
or trenches? Or
It,
something else?
it looks like trenches.
Okay.
However, what is being done with the dead, you're not sure.
Trenches.
Filling the mounds on the either side of the trenches.
Oh, God. Trenches, graves. Might be the same thing. Just done with those hobgoblins.
Yeah. It's gonna be real stinky out here for a while when they're all dead.
As you approach the city, and the sun sort of closes in on the horizon, you find yourself at the end of a very long line of refugees trying to get in.
Yep. I do not.
You don't see any recognizable faces here.
Well, we could try a different gate, but
So I know I obviously don't have like an official position, like working with Brindol, but like
Right.
I do work with the military faction of sorts, kind of, right? Like get dispatched by
Like a
the
contract.
Lord here and stuff. Yeah, like would I have a missive or a badge or anything like that could serve as a cut in line tool?
Normally it's you just know people, right? You know who to talk to, who on Jarmath's staff to get in touch with. Once you're in the city, it's not usually too difficult. You send a runner, or you pay a child or a runner to deliver a message, and you get a response. But here, sequestered outside of the city, it's a difficult proposition.
are the walls climbable by Felru?
These ones
Kinda
probably
get
not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
A little too steep even for the goats.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured. Well, we can. I mean, our options are wait in line, bully our way to the front and try and talk our way past it, or see if there's another way in through one of the other entrances. This one's gonna be the most populated, facing the west.
How hard or impossible is it, or the stone bridges that connect from the north?
Yeah.
Do those bridges feed directly into the city? Or
Yes.
Are they, okay.
Yeah. I mean, there are
So
certainly.
we don't have a way to cross the river to the north to get to the opposite side of those bridges then.
That's correct.
Okay.
The river here
How long
is.
the line? How long does it seem like this is going to take?
What can't we do? Get to the other side of the river?
Cross the river easily to get to the bridges to just go directly into town.
Oh, there are no bridges to the other side of the river except the ones in the town?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a pretty powerful element of control if you are the fortress on the river.
That's true. Well, we can enter from the south or maybe no, I guess just the south. Is there a south gate from Frosser?
Yes, there is.
Is there a east gate for any reason?
Oh, absolutely. There's one that heads to Marthen.
Where's Martha?
It's between.
Further east.
Yeah, it's between
off
Brindol
this
and
way,
Denimar.
Okay.
It's
Well, let's head to one of those gates.
There's quite a line to the south.
We have horses. At least we're faster.
Oh yeah, no, it's between like Denivar is not actually there. It's just further that way, but it is also that way. Yeah, we will head to the south entrance then.
The south entrance also has a significant line. Perhaps not the day or two that you would have waited in line at the
day or two?
Jeez.
Yeah.
We will head to the east gate.
I had a question. Like the north
I can
gate looks
swim.
like
We can
if
go
I
across the river,
could,
right? How
if
wide
I
is the
could
river?
cross the river, I could just waltz right in. Is that
No, you'd have to. You'd have to pass
right?
like a checkpoint, but
But like, there's no line there.
correct.
So like, for example, if I could teleport over the river, then I could just walk. I could just walk on the bridge
Yes.
and get into town.
Yeah.
Do you want to get across?
You'd have to maybe deal with
Yeah,
some
sending stuff.
people leaving the city to the north, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Not with horses and bodies.
So I could leave the horses with you and get in, but I don't know where that gets us.
We can climb the wall.
Because I can teleport over the river, and assuming like 120 feet would be enough. I don't know if that would be enough.
Oh, that's a good question. It's about half as wide here as it was at Drellin's Ferry,
Mm-hmm.
but it's much faster, twice as fast. The river
Yeah.
is. So it's not a good way to
No.
try to get across. Like the ferry at Drellin's Ferry would not work here. It's
Yeah.
because the water's too fast. Let me see here.
Like I could get in.
I can jump and then dimensional assault and dimensional assault.
Yeah, because in theory, like one of us gets in, you go to one of the other gates, we name drop you and get someone to expedite you to the front of the line.
I think we just expedite ourselves to the front of the line.
It's about 400. Okay, so the Elseer at Drellin's Ferry is about 400 feet across.
Yeah.
So it's about 200 feet
Okay,
across
I
here.
can't make it then. I have a potion to fly, but that seems quite excessive.
We actually have 2 potions of flying.
Okay.
Do you also have one? Because we could all fly.
I may be able to swim across. But
Yeah. I mean, we could. Yeah.
Your athletics is pretty good.
my athletics is pretty good.
Actually, yeah. I mean, wait, can I? So I could. Wait, I could just teleport twice. Like I could teleport to the middle of the river and then teleport. Like it's one action spell, right? So in theory, I would be teleported into the river, get like shifted a few feet, and then teleport again. Is that feasible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to bring my horse.
No.
I mean, I could just give my horse to somebody because I could just get a new one in the city, right?
I don't know. Can we?
Maybe.
Horses have been in short supply, but this is where everyone's traveling to, so
Right.
maybe they'd all be here. While we're on the southern gate, can I just stop by one of the people waiting in line? As I pull up next to them, this is, what? How are they deciding who they let in the city? Is it just an occupancy problem? Do you have any idea?
Halfling hears you from behind you and sort of speaks up. Well, we're not positive. They keep telling us everyone will be let in, but I think they're just about at their limit. I've heard rumors that they are only bringing in as many as they can, as the temples can heal, and trying to put off any healthy people from entering.
Interesting.
Maybe we should go to the north. Okay.
We have 2 dead people. That probably gets us in the door. That's as unhealthy as you can be.
Or we could try to go to the east gate.
Might as well. It's only 2 minutes away.
We were dispatched by Jarmuth's orders. That's gotta carry some weight before
Theory,
returning.
but we could just be some nobodies claiming that. We don't have any proof.
You all, the same halfling sort of sitting there watching you, says, you all, do you know how to use those? And he kind of points at your axe.
Yeah, we do.
You might try that.
I don't think taking down all these poor refugees is going to help anyone.
He looks at
Give it
you.
a new definition.
He like
cutting the line.
blinks a second, and he kind of no. I just meant that some of the soldiers have come around once or twice asking for able-bodied
Let's see.
people who have experience in.
Certainly would be us.
Yeah.
All right.
We should go-
In cut and fighting. That was a joke, by the way. Just...
If you wait until morning, the last couple of days they've sent someone out to ask.
We do need to rest anyway. We probably want to be our most presentable if we're going to ask for favors.
I mean, we're gonna be disgusting no matter what. We're not getting baths out here and washing
There's a
our
river
clothes.
right there.
Prestidigitation.
You have that?
Yes, I do.
You've been letting me smell this whole time.
What are the colors of Brindle, by the way? Is it the same as Old West, or is it different?
Lion Guard, I think,
Like
is
50 cantrip.
red and gold. No, is that right? Let me see.
I have heartburn.
I would be the wrong person to ask. Actually, we saw their uniforms. The right those we
Yeah,
saw.
we've met the Lions Brindle.
Yeah, I can't remember if
Maybe I had it in my notes.
yeah, shoot.
For Celeria.
I guess it doesn't really matter if we get in the day before or because it's nighttime right now, right?
It's so the sun is setting.
Yeah. I guess unless. I mean, in theory, what we could get in, we could do the bridge. We could go over there if we're willing to leave our horses behind. But no.
I can pocket Felru, but
We still have the bodies, though.
yeah.
So I guess we'll wait.
I don't remember Tayana's last name. She was our particular
She was
Brindle that we met.
Yeah, I don't remember her name either.
Who?
Tayana
She's one
was
of
the Lion of Brindle that
Oh
we met.
yeah.
Mhm.
I could tell you, or either that, or she did not have one.
I mean, she didn't mention it either way, so it's totally reasonable for us to not know.
Yeah.
Had you said it, I would have had at least an approximation of what her last name was written in here.
I might have it. No, I don't. I don't have it. I just know that the captain of the guard is Lars. Lars Olverth.
Yeah.
So did you forget the colors? Sorry, I was.
Yeah, if I can find where Tayana is, I can find the colors.
Session 7.
Sura is her last name. Sura.
Mm.
She is described as blue and white.
Those are literally my colors.
There you go.
Nice.
I will.
I was already doing that.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna take a bio break.
Okay.
What the hell?
Yeah. So you guys, I guess, you guys just want to.
So, with this news from the halfling, what do you guys decide to do?
Go straight to the front of the line.
Hold on.
Oh, really?
So, I mean, are we going to get in and then go right to Jarmath? Because we're exhausted and we're gross. Or we need to rest first.
I don't think resting is helpful right now.
I mean,
If anything, how we look is probably going to help our case.
that you might not be wrong about that. Where is it? What's the condition? I don't have exhausted. Fatigued.
Yes, it's fatigue.
Well, it doesn't hurt my diplomacy score, so I'm down.
Can't use exploration activities performed while traveling.
It's real bad for me
Yeah, it is.
when I'm alive.
Yeah, it really is.
Okay right now.
It's not so bad. Right?
You're pretty tired. You haven't moved in days. A day.
Yeah. So I guess we're cutting ourselves to the front of the line here.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Davian, I think, is going to take the lead on this. He's the native here.
All right.
Who wants us to ford the river?
I don't know.
A new friend. Sorry.
First time
derailed.
chat.
That
That looks so familiar. Yeah.
What is it?
MCX Ghost. Is that Dennis?
Could be. Castle's good.
Can't remember.
How do you find out about us? Who told you?
So, you
Where is it?
you pass the folks waiting in lines. Many of them have already begun setting up camp, crawling into tents. Some of them do harass you as you pass. More in a complaint than an actual like threatening way.
Yeah. Looking to harass two heavily armed individuals and the guy who's almost 7 feet tall.
With the two dead bodies.
The
on their
two dead
horses.
bodies. Yeah, I don't think those would be the people I'd mess
So-
with too much.
Some of them do stop themselves when they see the corpses. They're like,
Yeah.
ah. But you can tell many people are not pleased with this idea of you skipping. You eventually find
They'll get over it when we kill the dragons.
a rather well barricaded entrance.
Like more barricaded than standard?
Well, in terms of personnel. So
Okay, good.
you can tell they have lowered the
Portcullis?
portcullis for the evening, which is probably why everyone was kind of bedding down here
All
outside
the way
the city.
down, or just like...
It is all the way down, but the guard presence is quite large. Where maybe there might be 2, there are 10.
Okay.
And immediately as you approach, they just say, "We are not letting anyone else in today."
We are emissaries of Jarmath. We were dispatched weeks ago to Drellin's Ferry. Can you send for Serana Anita?
They kind of look at each other and laugh. What are you talking about? Can't you tell we're kind of busy here? You can make a diplomacy check here if you'd like.
I will gladly do so.
Guidance.
Let me know what you say though to that response.
You'll hear in your mind. Ask them if they want to be the ones who defied Lord Jarmath's orders.
See this gate and beefed up security? It's for a large army of hobgoblins. We've been out dealing with that. If you would like to delay the information we have from reaching Jarmath and his generals and being put into motion, so be it. But
We'll make sure to give him your name.
Well, I'll admit you all sort of look like you know what you're doing with those weapons you have, but come on, you're not the first to claim that you've been out killing hobgoblins to get into the city.
Pull out the bag of holding.
Yeah.
I'm going to proceed to produce, I don't know, roughly a dozen like +1 short swords and just all this loot.
Yeah.
All of Hobgoblin make?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a diplomacy check. We're going to give you a significant adjustment to that.
I'm gonna guide you as well. Oh my god, you killed it there.
Yeah.
You killed it.
26 + 1,
Yeah.
27.
3 of the 10 come forward and begin picking up the weapons and looking at them. You hear one of them mutter something about, like, is this what we're up against? These are much nicer than I've ever seen a hobgoblin use before. And after a long while, someone looks at the guard who was talking and sort of nods.
The one that says that, I'd be like, only their elite carry these, not their rank and file soldiers.
I don't know whether I should find that
Comforting
or not.
Perturbing.
I'd be more concerned about the dragons. This is totally deadpan.
We can take care of the elites. It's their number that we should be worried about, and the dragons.
All right. Yes. Who are you looking for? I'll be honest. You're not going to be able to find Jarmath or find an audience with Jarmath on such short notice.
Anita.
Or
Sorana. That's that
Or
woman from Drellin's Ferry, isn't it?
leader of the garrison at Drellin's Ferry, or Tayana Sura of Lion Guard.
I know Sorana at least. She's been training our militia.
And a girl.
Do you know? Have you been to Brindol before?
All of us.
Yes.
The
Yes. Wait, sorry. Was this a Zach question?
no, that was a guard question.
Yeah. I chuckle and yes.
Well, the market. It's been completely gutted and repurposed into a training grounds. Sorana tends to work those militiamen pretty hard. They'll still be at it even now.
Good. We'll need everything we can get.
And then they kind of make a call. The portcullis comes up a little bit, and as you pass, one of the other guards says, "Sorry for your loss."
Appreciate it.
that's one.
Their sacrifice probably gave us a few more days before they get here.
As you pass and say that, he says, "How long do you think?"
2 weeks.
2 weeks, maybe a little longer.
We've been bothering them a bit.
Yeah. A couple of them nod and yeah, clearly.
Say, have you ever been to Skull Gorge Bridge?
They look at you. They don't even seem to know what that is.
Well, doesn't really matter. It doesn't exist anymore.
Now you never will. Have you ever seen it? No. Okay.
No. Yeah,
That will remain true.
they had their pet green dragon defending it. And,
Now it's just called Skull Gorge.
a little distraction, a little sabotage, and
It's
they
imagination.
had to go miles and miles around.
The city, as you enter, is a mess. It is absolutely packed with people.
Yeah.
You let's see here. You enter from the south. It's the south entrance is a little bit further west. So it's not like perfectly center in the city. It's a little bit offset. And you see a couple things nearby as you enter. I don't know if all of you would be familiar with these, but you see what looks like the graveyard, the cemetery here in town, is quite close as you enter. And I think, Redrick, you would know that is where the Temple of Pharasma is.
Okay.
And you can see there are a lot of people in this area, seemingly trying to gain help from the adherents of Pharasma, but a lot of people trying to bury their dead as well. You can hear yelling as you travel north toward the square about there being no open plots and that dead will have to be removed from the city. And you can hear a lot of sobbing and screaming and just carrying on. There are lots of people sleeping in the street, in tents or just like huddled in alleys. It's teeming with life like you've never seen it before. The guard presence is quite obvious as you travel north. You pass the Cathedral Square, which is the big open square next to the Temple of Sarenrae, which is also being used to stage what looks like drills or planning. You can see what look like maybe the beginnings of fortifications, like catapults and trebuchet here, or what they might be eventually. As you continue to travel north, you do see one of the large manors in town. You don't remember which, but you can tell there's an increased guard presence there too. This one, however, seems to have a great deal of refugees in the grounds of the manor. So whoever this is has allowed refugees to come and stay.
Would I know which manor this would be?
Yeah, I think you would. This looks to you like the Taskerwill Manor.
Okay.
Does Ligament matter?
What's that?
Can't be in 3 quick roll reference.
But shortly, you find yourself in the Grand Market, as a great deal of militia members are packing their things and dispersing back into the city to rest. And you can see a good number of guards here, partly because this is the north entrance to the city, is attached to the square.
Oh.
It's literally like square and then 2 big bridges that just exit the square. But also, I mean, it's clear they were helping train here. A few minutes of searching through the great deal of bodies here, and you will find Serana.
Yeah, so we're in the former Shiara's market.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess once I see Serana,
Sure, it's training square.
honestly probably slow down a little bit. It was probably like at a good pace trying to get where we're going, but finally coming across a familiar and trusted face. Let the pace slow a bit, but yeah, go up and approach and wait for her to see that we made it here.
I can't believe they actually let you in.
Some of the guards, some of her like lieutenants, begin to like push you away as you approach. Before she sort of perks up when you say something and sort of looks around like,
Yeah.
I think I recognize that, and manages to get her guards to back up before they get violent. It seems like they were a little bit on edge and they were willing to like get rough with you right away. But they are clearly under her heel and and quite quite willing to listen to her. And so they sort of give you some space at her command, and she says, "Good Lord, I barely recognize all of you." And she sort of like looks over at your horses and shakes her head. "Well, I think you have some explaining to do."
There's a lot to talk about.
Well, luckily I am done here for the day.
Is it dusk?
Yeah. I do have to meet with
Please say Lord Jormath.
some of my
Damn.
fellow commanders before the day ends. But if you stay here, my guards will make sure you're taken care of, and we can speak soon, unless there's something else you need urgently.
We're hoping to speak with Lord Jarmath. Tell him what we know. Get information.
I think I can arrange that, although not tonight. As you might imagine, he is under a good deal of pressure.
Good.
As it should be.
Currently, we have barely begun preparing for the city's defenses. Currently, our biggest problem is these people.
Honestly, I'm just glad to see that things are underway at all. I was half worried did we get here and people would still be in disbelief if there was any threat.
Jarmath was initially unwilling to believe the stories.
Can't imagine that.
Did you nudge him?
He still wanted to pull you back from
No.
Trellin's Ferry.
10,000 refugees. nudged him.
Good. Well,
It's been absolutely impossible to ignore.
well, we have been encouraging everyone to head this way.
And I appreciate that, although it has caused a great deal of problems here. We're currently, and she kind of comes in close, this is as widely known yet, we will be evacuating the city. Every man, woman, and child unfit for combat will be evacuated to Denevar in the next several days.
That's wise.
But we're still just dealing with the influx. It's impossible to coordinate all of this in a timely manner. If you can wait, I will return.
We can wait. May not be the... Well, if we offend risking pissing Jarmath off by forcing an audience, we need his favor. So we probably should avoid that.
You're here. That's the important part.
Yeah?
I can get you an audience eventually. What is most important? Clearly, she kind of shakes her head looking at the dead. Clearly, you have some stories to tell. You have seen worse than even we have.
Wait till we tell you.
What's your most urgent request? What can I help you work on?
We need to see, even more importantly than Jarmath, we need to see Tredora Goldenbrow. We need help we need powerful divine magic while our comrades still have a chance to be resurrected.
She raises her eyebrows at that. Are you sure you need to talk to Tredora? She is...
Anyone capable of...
Yes,
making
that, I'll talk over it. Yes.
That may be even more difficult than arranging a meeting with Jarmath. I can try, but...
We're hoping that after we inform him all that we know, that he'll open the path to us to Tredora.
That could be true, although it will require some convincing on Tredora's part. You may be capable,
I'm hoping.
but she isn't fond of non-citizens right now.
I'm a citizen.
We're not, because, as in, like, what does she mean by that, non-citizens?
She feels that her resources are not being taken advantage of to their maximum.
How so?
Well, she feels that it is foolish to keep so many of the indigent here in town, and that they should have been evacuated long ago. She feels that we haven't been efficient enough in our processes here.
I think we get along quite well. Have you received any word from the lieutenants dispatched to the place you're from? I'm asking Serrana, but I forget the name of where you're from. But I'm sure Davian doesn't.
The golden pickaxe. What's the name of the mercenary company?
Yes, from the
Shining Axes.
the dwarves that come from
Hammerfist Hold.
the worm smokes, right? Or is that right?
Rivenwatch Mountains, Hammerfist Hold.
Wyvern Watch. Yeah, okay, yeah. Worm smokes is where the
Bridge was, basically.
goblins came
The
from.
baddies.
Yeah. She nods and she says, "Well, unfortunately, those Jarmath's men were waylaid. Some of the gold was lost, but they did send soldiers in proportion to the gold they received. Good to their word.
How much was lost?
About a third of the total, if the numbers of dwarves are any indication. They're currently they currently decided to take over the dungeons and prisons as their rooms. Anything underground, I guess.
We do have preferences.
Well, it sounds like perhaps Lord Jarmath should be our goal here. If you'd like, my lieutenants can take you to the cathedral. Now, you certainly will not be able to speak to the High Priestess, but her clerics are powerful. I don't know if they could raise your friends, but perhaps they could help in some way.
So I remember it from 5e. What was the spell where you like freeze the body?
Gentle repose.
Gentle repose. Is that still a thing in Pathfinder?
I think it is.
I think it is, yes.
Yeah,
It's a 4th level spell.
never mind. I can't cast it. That's that high? Oh my god.
Peaceful rest.
Oh, there's
level 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could cast that. I mean, I have a prayer right now, but
Yeah, I mean just to make sure that we pause the clock from continuing.
yeah. I can prepare twice actually. To get through a spell.
Oh, nice. Yes, if not resurrecting them, at least preserving their bodies and allowing us to leave them in a acceptable place until we accrue the appropriate funds and influence to get them brought back.
She whistles and a guard that you recognize, one of her lieutenants from Drellin's Ferry, the surviving one.
Oh, the one dude we saved. Yeah.
He comes up, recognizes you, and reaches out to shake your hands. Serrana says, "Make sure they get wherever they want to go, and then bring them back to me after you're done." And then she nods at you and leaves at a good clip. He seems quite thrilled to see you all again, and is quite disappointed at the corpses.
Only for now.
Wasn't he one of the ones that we sent with the money and the missive to
Yeah, we sent.
Shining
I
axe.
thought we sent him.
No, we sent it was like the right hand guy, and then just another lieutenant. But he was just a kind of a young nobody. But he was one of the ones we saved. There was 2 guys that got attacked at the start of the fight.
Mm-hmm.
One of them got wrecked, and he nearly died, but we saved him.
Yeah, I think we sent 2. She sent 2 of her other men to.
And this guy does have like some gnarly scars, so
Yeah.
it seems to stack up.
Did the
Scars.
missive that we found from the box that they got, well, from the retinue that got waylaid that we found and then got the gold and the missive, did the missive not say how much money was supposed to be accompanying it?
No, it did say.
Did we miscount?
No,
Someone was lost because they were attacked.
They got attacked again
Yeah.
on the way?
that's what it seems like. Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Apparently, we should have done it ourselves. But
Yeah, I guess so.
I use cry for spilled milk now.
I got 2/3 of them.
I mean, also we did the whole thing with the Ghost Lord, which is a lot of value. And also, I'm sure this probably goes without saying, we don't name drop or mention the Ghost Lord or the phylactery at all while we're here.
Yeah.
Wait. What can we mention after we throw him at? Or maybe we just say like, no, you're right. But it's so impressive.
It is.
Uh,
It's a desperation trump card if we can't get them to take our request seriously for these 2.
We confronted a lich. Do you want one, by the way, Zach?
Oh, sure.
This is a 2.
So was this second
Thank you.
lieutenant, whose name I can't remember, one of the ones who escorted the money to the Fortune Fortress?
Not this one.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Okay. So you were escorted to the Cathedral of Sarenrae.
Which he passed earlier, right?
You passed the square in front of it, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's wild. It's like well over 100 feet tall. It's got like flying buttresses. It's got like all this detailed carving. It's got this absolutely massive stained glass window, and it's crawling with people.
Yeah.
You think without his help, you wouldn't be able to kind of get to someone quickly, but you're able to find what looks like a cleric based on their sort of holy symbol.
So I will also, so I have that aura around me that whenever someone's in it, if they are also a follower of Sarenrae, they will immediately know that I am one.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
They can feel it.
Okay.
Just wherever that comes, that makes it worth.
You can kind of tell when they are within that range, because they immediately look at you and nod and sort of politely say, "Brother."
I just smile and nod back at them. Well, not. It's like a sad smile, sort of.
Cleric Hulk Hogan. Brother.
You,
brother, my brother in the line.
it looks as though you've brought these souls to the wrong place.
I know what you're thinking, and no, we haven't. I think.
The Pharasma is currently helping with the rituals
Burial.
for burial and laying our poor friends to rest.
We're not looking for rituals of rest. We're looking for rituals of revival.
Oh. Have you the funds? You understand, normally I would not be so brusque with asking this, but our coffers are stretched quite thin right now.
We have valuables.
That may do. However, our resources are not infinite. What exactly did you have in mind?
What did we decide on?
For the moment.
In our day and a half ride here, what did we decide on?
I think
For the moment, if you
Raise
could
it.
simply
fail.
preserve their bodies and
How many days do we have
leave
here?
them a temporary resting place, hopefully just overnight, we will procure the requisite funds required for the ritual.
Yes, but what ritual is it that you seek?
The good one, obviously.
They need to
The one that
spell tomorrow.
always works.
Raise dead.
Yes, raise dead. I apologize, but that is beyond our cleric's capability. There may be one or two among our order that could help you with a resurrection. And certainly we could help you with a reincarnation. However, it is not a popular choice.
Fuck.
Resurrection even beyond Tordora.
You mean raise dead?
Raise dead, yeah.
Of course not. Of course not. But forgive me. Tridora is under an amount of stress that prevents her from being called upon for the resurrection of the dead. There are many, many dead.
What is she spending her time on?
I assume planning. She spent almost all of her time organizing with our Lord Jarmath.
Okay, so we need the name drop.
Heading to the right place.
We'll see if we can convince her and Jarmath of our importance in this. We have been busy. We have done much.
And these two will be extremely valuable to the continued survival of Brindol. And then I should, like, I don't know. I guess I don't know exactly where Tor is in this exact moment, or where Tor's body is, but like in this one,
Make sure we can burn anything right now.
would do wonders for the sick and injured here.
She kind of looks at
We
you.
do so fucking much.
Oh my God, yeah, you're right.
Brother, who are you?
Me? So she's talking to me.
Yeah. Well, she sort of looks at all of you and then says, "Who are you?"
Well, before all of this started, I started Redemption's Roost in Doth. But we all met up in Drillin's Ferry, where we discovered the threat, the hobgoblins, and we've been busy fighting them off. We encountered one of their dragons and distracted it long enough to delay their army. We took out one of their generals, gathered intelligence.
2 of them.
Oh, yeah. Then we took out another one of their generals.
And a dragon.
And dragon who had to run away from us. But
The blue dragon.
we killed the blue dragon? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
It was a Bahir.
Yeah.
He waves off. He waves it off when you
Yeah,
say
we
that.
killed their Bahir.
Dragon Slayer. He poisons himself.
We've delayed them immeasurably, and based on the correspondence we've intercepted, they know us by name, and they're out to kill us specifically. That's how much of a thorn in their side we've been.
She looks at you sort of confused, sort of like, you can tell she doesn't want to believe, but like she is also not willing to distrust you specifically.
Yeah. I also am wearing that part she probably doesn't have a hard time believing.
No, aren't you wearing the Restalorian?
I'm wearing the Restalorian armor, but my tabard is of the
The right color scheme.
well, yeah, the right color scheme, and of my what do I call it? The 3 gods that I follow, the Phoenix thing. One of which is Sarenrae, and is the symbol of Redemption's Roost, as well.
Brother, our resources are limited. Do you want me to allocate one of our clerics for a resurrection?
We will let you know first. We would like to discuss all we know and all that we've done with those at the top, because I think they'll want to hear what we know and what we have to say. We have intelligence, we have news, and if that does not grant us an audience with the High Priest, then yes. But we shall see. I have never met with her myself. I know it's a stretch, but we've got to try, because we can continue doing the things that we've been doing, but only if we have the numbers we had. Only 3 of us are not enough to fight the creatures that they have at their disposal.
Well, pardon me, but our thoughts are in alignment. This is why I ask if I should not prepare something.
I mean,
Resurrection, from what I understand, can go wrong, and go wrong quite frequently, even with a skilled caster.
Normally, when we do a resurrection ritual, we do so under portents, making its failure extremely unlikely. But you are correct. If we were to attempt it now, it would be risky. As we cannot prepare, we would have to do it as soon as possible. So yes, I understand your reticence.
when they say do it under portents, they mean like divine to know if it'll succeed first?
They basically, you would know that like, they would look for.
They would do augury and be like, is this likely to succeed?
That's what I mean.
Yeah, they would like try to find ley lines or try to find divine like astral signs of success, or they would do it on like festival days where divine power is a little bit stronger, you know, like just anything to like really focus the magic and make it a little more potent.
So it's not necessarily. We would have to. There would have to be something happening like tomorrow for us to be lucky enough to have an increased chance.
Well, you know.
Yeah, like they would be able to do it. It's just it would be the normal risk of a roll.
Sure.
Otherwise, where they would probably be like a under proper circumstances, it would probably be like an advantage roll, like a luck roll, where it's a much better chance of success,
Sure.
or a much lower chance of failure.
Yeah. The Raised Dead has a 3-day, 5-day limit.
I think it's
3. There's resurrection limit. On day, on time.
I believe it does.
It's like a week.
Will you surrender your friends to our care?
It's better than parading them through the city. Do you have? How long has it been since they died, hours-wise?
Less than
A day.
24.
Less than 24.
In like a day.
If you have the magics to preserve their bodies for the rituals, that would be appreciated. If not, I can stop by tomorrow and begin them every day until we are ready.
It lasts for a while. Like it's like
Oh.
the peaceful rest is like a range targets one corpse.
It lasts for 1 day.
Oh, sorry. There's the heightened version that's
Oh.
unlimited, but the 5e version's like 10 days or something. I think I was probably just thinking of that.
We can keep them safe, but I would ask if you're able that you return,
It is.
as our resources are extremely limited.
Okay. Yeah, I will. It's with my power and just barely.
So be it. So she has some of the lower ranked priests sort of take the bodies and squirrel them away inside of the chapel.
Sure. Well, if I'm going to cast this spell, the sooner we rest, the sooner I can cast it.
Sounds good to me.
If it does come down to resurrection, I could probably supply some of their portents myself, if they're willing.
I make a symbol of like cards shuffling.
He'll nod.
That might take some convincing, but we'll see.
We brought our own portents.
Literally.
Seriously, I
We
was
brought
just
it
like,
with ley lines.
oh, cool, you got these 3 clerics who are going to do this thing? Awesome. Let's get some readings going on.
Right. What is her name?
Her name is, I actually had this.
We're on day 28 now, right?
Yeah, this is nighttime, day 28.
Atya.
Well, I am Redrick of Redemption's Roost. These two don't matter.
Redrick, may the Dawnflower bless you.
Bless you as well. We have a lot of work ahead of us.
The soldier from John's Ferry sort of puts his hand on your shoulder and sort of motions that it's time to go.
Yep.
He brings you all to a sort of rundown, maybe like what was once a boarding house of sorts that's been commandeered by the soldiers as impromptu barracks. You find Serana there, and instead of finding a room, since everything's filled, she actually takes you outside into like one of the alleyways where it's a bit quieter, where she's kind of put up some boxes to keep the alleyway separate from the street, and just like give a little bit of privacy.
She goes to smoke cigarettes.
Yeah, basically. And she motions to like some really shoddy benches that you guys can sit on, and sort of asks, or basically motions to you to speak without saying anything.
Oh, Serana.
Let's see.
Well, last time I spoke to you
last see her? It
was when
before
the Shining
Star
Axes,
Song
right?
Hill.
The Shining Axes, right?
Right. So we left. We had left Tarleton, but then found the ambush outside of town, and we doubled back.
Let's start with this, if you're able. Where's the army currently? We have our scouts.
Probably Neiman Gap, maybe a little
at least
further.
at Tarleton.
Probably between Tarleton
Yes.
and Iman Gap.
We had received reports that Tarleton is under control of the Red Hand. Neon Gap is under control as well.
Likely. When we
left, there were scouts already in the city, having
the city was
having
already
control
controlled
of
by
it,
them
and their dragons were
nearby.
leading the way, presumably for the main force.
That is where Tor and Rex met their end.
I see.
The fight at the Gap.
Based on what we know, I'm curious if your findings match this. The Horde seems to be traveling about a week, six or 7 days between towns on the Dawnway. If our information about Drellin's Ferry and Tarleton is correct.
Well, we estimate about 2 weeks before they get here, and they still have Tarleton, or they still have Talar between here and there.
That would put our estimates pretty close. That is not a lot of time. We have to evacuate.
Any amount of time isn't a lot of time.
We have to evacuate the city, and we have to somehow begin the defenses.
Has any word been sent to Denivar?
Absolutely, yes. Although we have not gotten confirmation yet that they will accept the refugees. I suspect they will have no choice. We will force them.
Just like we did with here.
She kind of smiles at that. Yes, I suppose so.
Have you received word from Star Song Hill?
She smiles. Yes, in the morning, take a closer look at the turrets and the buttresses of the chapel. You'll find some interesting new gargoyles there.
Did they mention when they arrived here? Did they mention us at all?
Oh yes.
All right, that should get us some leeway when we have to talk tomorrow.
They were not a talkative bunch, but there were rumors that a group matching your description were the ones that were responsible for sending them here.
Does Kiliar lead them?
Oh, I myself have not spoken to any of them.
Well, that is where we found ourselves after we last parted. Starsong Hill in the Witchwood, west of the Rest Trail. We stopped there briefly before heading further north to the ruins of Rest. Anybody else feel free to jump in? I'm trying to think through.
They had an operation in the old Rest City, breeding some kind of demonic dragon spawn.
So the Chimera, the Giants, the Hobgoblins weren't enough?
No,
Not
they
even close.
needed dragon spawn and cowardly dragons as well. Well, we killed them.
The dragon spawn, not the dragon. It
Dragon,
unfortunately
the dragon
eluded us.
fled.
I don't believe this is actually going to be an issue. I'll preface this when I say this, but I just need to ask: what happened to? How did the prisoner we captured after the initial assault on Drellin's Ferry die? I'm referring to the one that we had in the jail cell.
You wouldn't know that he was dead.
That was there.
He went back.
He went back and killed him right before we left.
Oh, I thought.
He flew solo for that one.
Yeah,
He did feel so that.
Yeah,
Never mind
I
that.
said
Yeah.
I'd be right back.
Yep.
I thought I remember that happening.
He
He went
I
to get a
remember-
bottle of wine.
I remembered something else happening there.
Yeah.
I'll have to pick a different question then.
So-
Where did we meet when we discussed the Shining Axes?
That would have been when they were in Terrelton still.
I'm
Yes.
asking her though.
Sorry.
Yeah, she'll nod and she'll say, yes, I believe we met in our first stop fleeing Drellin's Ferry.
Where specifically?
Terrelton, yes.
But like where in Terrelton?
It's an inn.
She thinks for a moment and
Picking up what you're putting down.
oh gosh, I forget what
I mean, if Zach doesn't know and she knows, that's all I care
she
about.
knows. Yeah, she
Okay,
will tell
okay.
you. She will match your answer.
Okay.
If what you're getting at here is whether she
Is the spy?
Yeah.
Yes. I really doubt she could be this high up in the totem pole and still be the spy, but yeah, when she answers correctly, I would be like, okay, we encountered some rather nefarious agents of the enemy who were able to disguise themselves as followers of Sarenrae.
her she sort of grimaces at this. To be honest, this is something that some of my peers had hypothesized, that there may
Yes.
already be spies here in the city.
There likely are. We encountered two of them. One of them got away, unfortunately. And it is good to be thorough, because they could look like anybody. When we encountered them, as I said, they were pretending to be followers of Sarenrae and using a group of children as shields to hide behind.
How do we compete with that?
It's a wonderful question. We don't have the means here to deal with the number of refugees here already, let alone having to worry about some of them being spies. Honestly, assume that everyone's a spy, except for the ones that you must trust, and then make sure they're not. In the meantime, spread misinformation that they'll spread back to their people. Fuck with them. Don't let them know what's true and what's not.
Well, it's good to at least know what's out there. What else? What else have you discovered? What else should we be fearing? Should we be preparing for?
Do you have an answer for two dragons yet?
Probably more than two, if I had to guess.
At least two. Yeah.
At least two dragons.
Yeah.
I'd expect like another one.
And they have other flying creatures at their disposal as well. The dragons
Not
are
to
just the most
mention
terrifying we've
any
seen.
possible more Bahirs.
I would love to find a way to lure out their dragons one at a time and take them out before we fight.
So,
But
the last thing is they had quite a few giants among them that they hypothesized could pose a serious threat to the walls from a great distance. Zach, that's like me asking you right now. That's probably accurate, right? I'm thinking like in Lord of the Rings when the giants toss the giant stones at walls.
You think it's certainly possible. You guys haven't really seen what kind of siege weaponry is available to them.
We saw those huge guys in Niman Gap, right?
Yes, you did, and so clearly that is a danger.
Yeah.
you don't have any like inconvenient sewer drains in the holes, like in the walls of your city, right?
My God.
I think it would be
Aimed
good.
directly to the outside of the wall.
Yeah.
I think if you could
There's a big
construct
hole on the north
ballista,
side.
Yeah. I was
that's
actually very upset. when I
probably
heard
your
that.
most. It's
Yeah,
probably your most
yesterday.
valuable weapon, and
Yeah, that's a really sweet bottleneck to have.
Yes, I suspect you're right. Although for now, again, we have to focus on getting these people out of the city before we can really focus on plans for
Oh,
defense.
what are those creatures called? The wolf creatures with the weird hands?
the barghasts.
Yeah, the barghasts.
What is a barghast?
A
Unblessed.
nightmare. They they look kind of like wolves, but
This,
with human
it's
faces
blood.
and human hands,
It's what killed
and they're capable of trickery, illusion,
Oh, it did that post.
tracking. They are cunning and deadly.
It's how both. I don't know this actually.
No, you're right.
You would know this. You were at the
We're-
fight. You would
we're-
have. He would have.
Presumably
That's
told us.
fair.
Yeah,
It's not like this is
I would've
something.
No,
you
I know,
would've
but like
been
I
able
didn't know that it was like what struck the final blow necessarily.
Mm.
But
There were
it
these.
is how both Rex and Tor met their ends.
And the brute force of some ogres, but without this creature, they probably would have survived.
What?
Chimeras and
Time out for a brief aside. Whenever we had been like, okay, obviously we don't really want to mention the phylactery or the ghost lord directly, what would we have agreed upon about? So obviously we're in the Thorn, like we traveled all the way to the Thorn Waste and all the way back. So either we would have come up with the lie of what we were doing during that time, or the way to tell them what we did in the Thorn Waste without mentioning the ghost lord and the phylactery.
Could just say we stopped in there. We could just say undead. Leave it generic.
Well, yeah, we could also just say that we believe that the army had the aid of
Devils.
well
Just blame the devils.
of the Lich and the maybe we can say the Lich and the people know about the Lich and the Bone Wastes, right?
He's like a
was
fairy
a
tale.
myth, kind of.
Like most people didn't even know about it when we asked them. and-
that session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fair.
Yeah,
So it's like saying the Tooth Fairy was.
sure.
Yeah.
Well, we can
The
say
Tooth
that
Fairy has agreed not to invade the city of
they,
Cleveland.
they had the help of undead as well.
Yeah.
That's we can say that like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
that's
Leave
not-
it
no longer
vague.
an
Yeah,
issue.
we were able to sever that faction or something. Okay, sorry. Aside, unpaused.
Back to being dead.
Close your eyes, my verisimilitude's broken.
We've destroyed the bridge at Niman Gap as well.
Well, that should have some effect at least. It's certainly not the same kind of effect as what you did with Skull Gorge, but
Speaking of, how has that news been taken?
at first it was quite negative, as you'd imagine. And the longer this goes on, the more they've warmed to it, as you might expect.
They always do.
It will. There are some of the merchants in the city that already have begun planning for its eventual
Excellent.
repair, although clearly their focus is misguided right now.
Repair, replacement, I think would be a better term, but and I don't know that you'd want to necessarily share this piece of information around, but we've received word that John's Ferry has been burned to the ground. That it's not only been taken but destroyed.
I suspect they will do the same to every town they meet.
Yeah. I suspect so as well.
So, what would you like me to do? Would you like me to attempt a meeting with Lord Jarmath himself?
Yes.
And Tredora Goldenbrow, if possible.
That I will not be able to facilitate, but Jarmath could certainly grant you access to her.
That's our hope. That's our plan. Tomorrow, our plan is to just get an audience with him, and through him, her, and to either trade what we have that is valuable for the service, and if not that, then sell what we have first.
Do you have any ideas about our current dilemma? If you do, that may help me grant.
Getting everyone to
The number of injured and wounded.
Denver.
Yes, we want to get these people out of here. And
Krontor is the most gifted healer I've ever come across in my 56 years of life. And he would be an exceptional aid in hastening the clearing of the sick bays at the various temples around the city.
He doesn't have the sheer power that someone like the High Priest might have, but
literally
he can.
right?
Everyone he touches is healed.
If you had baptized, could you do it 3 times in one turn?
For the refugees that are here, it
I mean,
would
if I
be
had the supplies.
Yeah.
perfect.
that is certainly part of the issue. The other part is making sure that they are
Protected.
and fed and...
Well, before I arrived here, I haven't discussed this with you two,
Right.
but one of my thoughts was to use the time that we have after, hopefully, a raised dead ritual, while Rex and Tor are still recovering, to go to Denver and convince them to send aid. And that would mean we could potentially accompany the refugees, but they are slow.
That's too slow if we're going on any sort of alternate mission, I feel. But what's the status of the Axe and Haft group? Have they been brought into the employ of the city for the moment?
All the ones that were here, yes.
Axe and half group. Who's that?
It's a mercenary company that sort of is headquarters here. They dispatch small bands of people. There's the closest thing to adventurers for hire that Brindol happens to have.
Gotcha. They need protection. How long would it take for... Any estimates on how long would it take for them to get to Brindle? Or the Denver from here? Us presumably on foot, as they would do with the horses for 1,000 refugees.
Well, the important thing is less that they arrive at Denver and just that they leave here, if that makes sense.
Just kill them a mile from the gate.
But it is some
They'll be cool.
90 miles between here and Denver.
How many days does that take to travel on foot?
Gosh, it would be
That's a lot of.
probably a week, a little less than a week.
There's no way we could do it.
So if we did do it, it would take up all of our time before the army gets here. It would take 1 week to get there, then faster to get back. But still, it would be a huge investment of our time.
Yeah. That's not a task for us.
Delegate.
We have mercenaries here. We have soldiers here. They have little to do until the army is here, right?
Yes, this idea has been considered. However, Jarmath's fear is that on return they will be so tired and weak that they will not be able to aid in the defense of the city.
Here's the thought. Why don't you take those people who are outside the city, train the most fit of them with your militia for a day. Then that impromptu militia could serve as the guard for the caravan to Danabar.
Honestly, I don't know if we have anyone left outside the city that is capable.
There's at least like one 16-year-old kid coming.
But to
I
his
don't actually.
to Davian's point, I think Tor could quite literally heal 1,000 injured people in
An hour.
an hour.
Like,
he's truly
if they were all in a line,
he's
he
truly.
just high five them all.
I think this would
Like-
go.
Also, yeah, for the sake of, we don't want to cheese it to that extent, but
Sure.
also
Absolutely.
That's
I
not
don't
an
know,
exaggeration. Yeah.
mechanically, that's
Well, if
what
it's a
he's-
different person, he just can't heal the same
Yeah.
person
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah. I mean, like he heals like D8s. Like most civilians aren't gonna have.
Right.
They're gonna be maxed out when
Yeah,
healed.
right. So you should stress to Jarmath and to Tredora that bringing him back would, as quickly as possible, would severely ease the strain on her clerics, severely ease the strain on this city, to have no more wounded or drastically reduced wounded. And I think that's our greatest argument for an extremely expedited meeting. We can help solve one of the major issues of the city if our comrades are brought back.
And the ones that Tor can't heal, Rex can kill all of them, and then problem solved.
Yeah,
Well-
as long as Tor comes out, not Hran.
Oh my God, you're right.
I will-
We bring him back and it's just Ron.
I will make my
Oh God.
She's seen Tor heal, right? Because he did it at Drellin's
I
Fury.
believe so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
so she knows.
definitely saw
She
it.
knows. Like she can vouch for that.
I will make up my plea. Are you aware of an elven woman, very elderly? Her name, I think, Celeria?
Stelia Starsinger.
Yes.
Quite familiar with her.
Do you believe she would speak highly of you? Or is that an unwise...
She would speak positively. Presumably.
She would.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know how much sway she would have with Jarmath, as she's an outsider, but I could speak to her as well. I will try tomorrow.
She's here.
Yes, she arrived with your owl riders.
She came with them. That's sweet.
Cool.
She. Starsong Hill isn't nearly big enough to hold these refugees.
It's too far
I'm sure
away.
they also wouldn't want that many outsiders. Like
It's a
us
secret.
getting to go
it's
there
a
was
secret
the exception.
enclave.
Yeah. Everybody party at the secret enclave. Let's go.
It was should already be probably rolling by the fact that Davian was like, oh yeah, it's just west of the old rest trail.
It's
south
in the
of-
Witchwood. Like the whole Witchwood is west of the rest trail.
This is true.
We had to fly to get there. It's not like, oh yeah, go 100 feet in and you'll find the door.
Fair.
What are you going to do tomorrow? I will make my plea to Jarmath tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
If I cannot promise I can get an audience tomorrow, but if I do, where will I find you?
I at least will be stopping by the academy for a time.
First, I will be going to the Temple of Sarenrae, but that won't take me too long. Afterwards, I'll probably find a good place to craft, I guess, if I'm just killing time.
Well,
We'd probably also stop by Red Magic and Sundries to. We've accrued quite a haul in our travels, but we'll need to liquidate some of those gains in order to afford what we seek to do.
Is it asking more as Stefan? Is it at all possible to trade our goods as? I think the answer is no. To trade our goods as their value instead of selling them first as half their value, then using the gold. Does that make sense?
I think that's just the whole economy of
Yeah,
this
yeah.
game is predicated on it.
I figured.
yeah, it's not going to work.
Okay.
Now that would work long term. If you found individual buyers that really needed that item, you could probably get more of a trade value for it, but
Okay.
it's just not
I
feasible.
just want to make sure that selling the item for gold is not less efficient than trading for it.
No.
Okay.
She sighs and says, "This is complicated. I will do my absolute best on your behalf tomorrow,
Is there any?
and I will push for a meeting on the morning after."
Okay.
I don't know if I can do much better than that
A meeting the morning after with the high priest.
with
Jarmuth.
Jarmuth.
Oh, I see. Is there any? Would it be beneficial for at least one of us to go with you, so that if he has any questions that we did not just tell you now, that we're able to provide that information?
I don't even know if I'll be able to talk to Jarmuth today, but
This drone's very elevated.
Sort of, yeah.
A little bit.
Well,
yes,
Different
I just don't know. If I could guarantee a meeting with the cleric, then perhaps. But I don't think you'll be much help with Jarmuth especially if I'm just talking to his lieutenants and advisors.
Didn't one of the soldiers outside the gate mention that Serana was like dealing with Jarmuth directly?
I mean, she's up there. She's important enough and strong enough that he literally
Call for
dispatched
her?
us to bring
Get
her
her?
home.
Yeah.
Also, she's saying that she might be able to talk to him.
Yeah.
Right,
He's not
it's
at
just a
he's not
crapshoot.
at her beck and call.
Yeah.
Is there anything we could give you that would aid in your likelihood of success here?
You already have. You've given me so much information and ideas to try to convince him of the strength of your group.
Is there one more thing I could potentially give you?
Huh.
I could potentially give you a boon of sorts that might help you with your persuasive powers and offer protection of a magical sorts. If you're interested.
I'll look at her and say, it's a little unnerving, but powerful.
So be it.
Okay. Then.
Trust.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask her to sit down, and I'm going to
Just pulls out a dagger and stabs her.
draw the circle.
Do you feel lucky now?
Okay.
And write out the runes, and then just make a couple of strokes on her hands with ink, and as I start shuffling the deck, decks then start shuffling itself, and the runes actually come off of her hand and onto the cards, and this happens over the course of an hour, and you see the runes, they're sort of glowing with this sort of aurora looking light, and there's a flash of gold near the end, and I guess as we're starting, I have her focus on what she's hoping to achieve the next day.
Okay.
And I guess have her give some kind of check for aid.
Okay.
Whatever makes sense. I'll leave it to you in this case.
I think I can do that.
Warfare lore.
Warfare.
That was the thing. It
Uh,
seems so inappropriate. But not that
Um,
inappropriate, I guess.
Bureaucracy lore.
bureaucracy. Yeah.
how about
Useful.
well, we'll just do diplomacy.
Yeah.
But she did not roll well. 15.
That's a success.
Okay. All right.
It's just just the aid check.
Plus you know.
And then so I will make my
Way downtown.
roll here. Oh yeah.
I'm not
Oh,
using it.
that is I cast it at 3rd level, by the way, so I'm gonna
Okay.
do it 3 times. That's a crit. That's a crit. That's a crit.
Ooh,
Okay.
that
so,
went from dicey to great.
so
waffle.
because I have Heart of the Cards now,
Wobble, wobble,
it's called
wobble,
Reading the
wobble.
Signs, but I like to call it Heart of the Cards. I get to. Yes, first try. So first try, she gets a reroll on any skill check.
Okay,
Adds a
good.
+4.
Excellent.
Woo! Goes forward.
Second roll, she gets a. We'll say I'm gonna choose. I'll help her in the upcoming battle.
That's what I was gonna say. Give her some battle.
Shield.
stats
So
if you can.
Fortitude save +4.
Okay.
Third one. I mean, 2 skill checks. We'll say.
Awesome.
So she's got 2 skill checks. She can reroll and add 4 and a Fortitude save.
Excellent.
So it's like at the very end, there's just like a flash of golden light, and like the 3 cards appear. The 3 like ethereal cards appear. They just sort of like absorb into her and disappear. And then she sort of feels. It's kind of like the lucky feeling in like Harry Potter with the Felix Felicis. I imagine like that's the sort of, and you sort of see like glimpses of what's going to happen tomorrow, but it like sticks in the back of her mind, but not exactly what's.
I know we have an army at the gates, but let us play this children's card game.
Beautiful.
Awesome. Yeah, she kind of like blinks at you and well, that is a first for everything, I suppose. Thank you. I will do my very best. You have my word. Meet here tomorrow at dusk, and I will hopefully have good news for you.
Lives are on the line, but it's nothing my grandfather's deck.
My hero deck has no pathetic cards, except for the flat checks. Those are pretty bad.
Until you die.
All right, so she
Karibo,
finds
Isakana.
a corner of one of the rooms for you to rest in if you want it. A couple cots here with her soldiers, but
Cloak of feline rest, baby.
otherwise you can tell like there's the noise of the city never really dies down. It never really gets quiet. It's just there's so much going on, but. Provided you guys don't do anything, you rest fairly well.
Yeah.
Hot dog.
So what do you want to do with this next day?
This is day 29.
This is day 29.
We've done 2 day 14s at this point.
I mean, that's true.
Double 14.
+1.
Nice.
Wait, wasn't it? Morning? Oh, no, never mind.
Day 27 was Death Day plus Omega travel through the night for you
Yeah,
guys.
okay. That's
And then 28, you guys tanked with 1 fatigue.
Yep, and now that fatigue is gone.
Yes.
While we pause a little bit, can we
Bless you.
take a short break?
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I've been taking a break. So.
Well, you keep playing.
right, you guys are in Brindol,
I would love to get to resurrection for me. That's-
day 29. You know you're to meet with Captain Serrana
Dusk.
at dusk. Perhaps no longer Captain. She's just Serrana Anita, but she.
Advisor. Sort of.
Yeah. You have some freedom to move about the city, provided you don't get into any trouble. As much of the guard around Serrana knows who you are now. Sort of the word has spread a little bit. You mentioned wanting to go to the library, or the...
He wanted to set academy.
Oh, the academy.
He
I'm
said
sorry.
academy.
I'm sorry. Yes, Davin, you mentioned the academy. But what are the rest of you interested in for this day?
Death.
Sleep.
If I can try to look at the rules for this because I'm not sure what they are. I'm halfway through applying the wounding rune to Lenny's bow.
Yeah.
Can I do something else? And leave that project on pause until he's alive.
You can
Okay.
wait. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll probably. Well, I mean, if you don't come back, I don't waste my time.
I'm
Oh,
dead.
wow.
I'm dead. There's nothing to worry about. The bow also sells a lot better with a fully completed.
Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah, it's not usable right now, is it?
Not unless you want to undo the progress. That
Well,
you
then I
made.
might as well try to finish it first.
You
I'll
only
do
have
that.
4
Okay.
hours. That's only 4 hours.
Yeah, I'll spend my first 4 hours just kind of trying to finish that.
Okay. What do you do for the first 4 hours? First half of the day.
You hear from beyond.
I think I would.
I hear that. I'm just like, just snap it.
I think I would try to find a good spot to unload, like the weapons. I would say.
Well-
like, can I sell them to the arsenal of like Brindol? Like, are they gonna?
So, currently shops are still active.
Actually, first I'm gonna go to the temple to do cast transfer pose.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the shops are still active. The closest one is Immerstall's shop.
The red.
Yeah. That one is actually right off of the main square. So you can certainly look there. You know there are weapon dealers in the city. However, you didn't pass any on your way in. You can't quite remember if you looked into any when you were here last. But you know that there are some.
Okay.
So yeah, it's up to you where you'd like to go.
Because I was thinking, sell the not all mundane, but like mostly mundane up to like +1 striking. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
semi like magical items, but not really valuable ones. I could find buyers for easier.
Yeah.
So I think that's and like I have a composite longbow that we took off the Neiman Gap Captain, half plate, like stuff like that. I'm trying to get rid of the stuff I know we are going to sell with 100% certainty. While these guys are doing that, I would want to do that. And then if that doesn't help, doing how long that takes, then I would go to what is the name of the shop? Sorceress Sundries? I can't remember.
What's the
Red Sundries?
Red
Yeah.
Sundries.
Red's oh gosh, what is it? Red
Red Magic and Sun.
Magic and Sundries, that's what it is.
So I know it's like one of the few people I've met before is the
Oh, you said you purchased something from
Yes.
Alandri there.
yes, Alandri, that's her name.
So you can sell magic items at Red. Is that where you want to go, or do you want to look for specifically an armory to sell armor and weapons?
Do I think that do I think I'd get any better prices at an armory given their
You think that Red is not going to buy anything that isn't magical, that isn't enchanted, but you don't think the prices are probably going to be much different.
okay. I think that I'll probably look to sell the mundane stuff first.
Okay.
So just go to find armorers.
Okay.
Buy like any assuming they can afford to buy like striking +1 regular striking longsword, +1 regular striking mace.
You have to ask around.
Yeah.
But you quickly find that there is a weapon dealer that's been ingrained in the town for a long time, for well over a decade, called Shank's Shivs, run by an ex-con who...
Ex-con?
Yeah.
My
so
guy.
good.
What a
That's
name!
so good.
Oh, you got me with that one. I was not expecting Shake Shifts.
Yeah, he you don't know the story apart from that the owner is an ex-con.
That's good. That's just good branding.
And you when you see this place, you can tell it's the real deal.
Yeah.
You see there's like a section of the shop that's separated from like where you purchase, where you shop from.
Mm-hmm.
That's like where it's just like enchanting crafting benches.
Yeah.
With like artisans working, like hammering details into hilts and stuff. Like people like really working hard.
Mm-hmm.
And there are like windows where you can watch them work. So it's a very nice facility, and you find that they're willing to buy pretty much everything that you're talking about.
Okay.
They seem thrilled to buy any items as they feel they're going to sell very quickly under the circumstances. So
Wounding is so mean.
yeah.
Wounding is very mean,
So mean.
especially on a bow that I can shoot it if I am alive.
You see they
40.
They do also have some quite nice weapons for sale here, and runes as well.
Okay. I wouldn't be. I'm not buying right now.
Sure. Yep.
But yeah, can I? I might just have them look at the striking, decaying adamantine kukri.
Yeah.
Just have them take a look at it and see if I can say, I don't know that I'm really interested. See if I can bait a better price, basically.
You find that under the circumstances. So first of all, when you show him,
Yeah.
he calls to one of the artisans to come look at it, and they kind of like geek out a little bit
Yeah.
about it. They're like, he says, "I'll be honest, we just don't see many adamantine items."
Real Pawn Stars energy right now.
It is not a common. It's not an easily worked metal, and it's certainly not a common metal. So, yeah, I mean, we'd be happy to buy it, but they don't offer you.
Mm-hmm.
They don't offer you anything special for it, apart from what it's worth.
If we could possibly do this without selling that off, I would immensely prefer it.
There's no way it's worth it. It's over $1,000.
That's our most expensive.
It is our unless we get severe discounts.
What is our target dollar amount actually? I don't.
3,800. We can get there for sure, but I'll hold on to that for now.
Okay.
I mean, I'll sell every other mundane or
Okay.
magical weapon or armor piece that we have. I will. So all that's left is going to be like just strictly magical items, like magic ring, etc., that these guys wouldn't buy. So yeah, I'll do that.
He buys everything.
Okay.
Thanks you for your business, and he also says, if you're looking for something specific, he notices you didn't pay much attention to his special weaponry. He says, we do work on commission. If there's something specific you want us to craft, we can do so. I have a large enough team to do it in 2 days or so. If that interests you.
Checks out.
I have some friends who might be interested,
In 2 days.
but I can't think of anything right now. He's like, one moment before I leave, I want to cast imaginary weapon, but just to create an exact replica of the kukri, and say, what do you think? Pretty good? Just see how good.
Does it look like the weapon, or does it look like a spiritual version of the weapon?
It looks like a force version of the weapon, I think. Let me just check. Yeah, it's a weapon of force.
The Bubble Buddy version.
Yeah, I'm guessing it looks like a ghost, like a green ghostly. It looks exactly like it, but it's clearly a
But it's clear.
recreation.
He doesn't say anything, but the artisan that was out here looking earlier, peeks from around the corner and says, "Hey, that's cheating."
Yeah, let's make it disappear. Fair enough.
He laughs and
Yeah.
he says, "Come back," and then goes back to his work. Yeah, so you are able to sell everything, no problem. That probably takes a couple hours.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to go to Immerstalls as well?
Yes.
All right, so you go to Red Magic and Sundry. It's in this like it looks like a wizard's tower, except it only has an entrance on the first floor, and you notice that it doesn't look like there are any stairs or any way to get up to the second floor. But yeah, and you recognize Alandri. She has like these really interesting features. She's human, you think, but she has like weirdly bushy eyebrows, and her hair is like really thick and like voluminous and like golden. It's like blonde. She's sort of attractive, but like not traditionally attractive. She doesn't look like anyone you've seen before. But there is a ton of stuff here. There are tons of elixirs and mutagens. There are potions. There are some scrolls. They do spellcasting services here as well, up to rank 6 spells. And then you can commission wands, scrolls, potions, or alchemical items up to level 8. They'll make for you. And there are magic items here too.
I imagine spellcasting services up to level 6. That is arcane and not divine.
That is true. It's only arcane.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Alandri. Thank you for this. I'll point to like this like little coil that's on his armor. Gave a nice little shock to some of our friends in the Red Hand.
She looks at you and says, and she nods. A returning customer, always welcome. What can I do for you?
Here to sell, actually. If you're interested, I know the prices here are fair.
Yes. We're happy to take a look. Anything special?
I will show her the show a couple things. Sir, the wind ocarina.
I haven't seen one of these before. We don't do much by way of magical instruments, but it's quite nice.
Show her the cloud pouch as well.
Oh, yes. I have not seen one of these either. You have been busy.
You don't know the half of it. How's business been here?
Strange. I suspect it's been quite good with the number of souls here in the city, but I suspect that will be short-lived. Although we are planning on staying. Should you want to continue your shopping, you should be able to find us here for some time.
Should be back fairly soon. Right now we are trying to raise some money, help get back some of our friends, the resurrection ritual. As you, I'm sure, know, that's quite expensive.
Oh my. Sorry to hear about your loss. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Are you sure you're not shopping for anything today?
Yes, unfortunately, yeah. But I hope to come back soon.
Yes. Well, we'll see you then.
Yeah, and I'll sell. There will be like a couple of other things. Like I'll probably sell the forked wand that we got from OY. But I figured I would just give a couple of the. But I'd probably show her the kukri as well and ask her if that's something they would be interested in.
She kind of taps at it. Honestly, it would be foolish not to buy such a rare thing. Yes, we would certainly purchase it. Although we would probably end up using it for parts.
Mm.
If it's something you wish to remain,
I want one of those parts.
if it's something you wish to remain
You want
in
the
one
other one?
piece, perhaps ours is not the best place to sell.
Fair enough. Would you buy like the frozen lava from the that we got from like the necklace of fireballs? Is that something that she would actually buy?
She would buy those.
Frontor is going to be salty.
She would buy those, yeah.
So
Absolutely.
salty.
Yeah. So
But he'll be alive.
yeah, he's
Salty
dead,
butt,
so he
salty
can't
butt.
complain about
The
me
legions?
trying to get it
Frozen
back.
lava beads.
So I'm gonna sell almost all of the magic items.
I put mine in there. We can sell it.
I think at this point we'll get enough for like at least one raised dead. If we can get us.
We may be able to discount. It's not
Yeah, so
impossible.
I'll sell. You don't need to worry about this, Zach.
Okay.
I'll
You're selling
I'll
what
sell.
you're selling?
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
And the specifically, I will not sell the kukri yet.
Okay.
But we'll have enough for at least one raised dead, and if we know that we can get a discount, then we don't have to sell it. If we, so that's where I'm at right now.
Davian, are you going to the academy?
I probably would have gone for this selling extravaganza.
Yeah,
also.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Anything special you wanted to ask about or look at, or any questions you had for them?
No, mostly I just don't want Runar to be singularly in charge of selling all of our cool stuff. So it was a little bit of
All right, fair enough.
preservation there. But yeah,
That's fair.
no, like my mage's hat can go, my spark blade, that was already just my backup weapon, can go.
I figure you can probably hang on to the mage's hat for now. There's a bunch of other stuff that I'll mark off first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. What do you do with the second half of your day?
So I was going to. So I went into the cast of General Pose on both.
Yes.
And Tor.
Yeah.
Then afterwards, I was going to finish his bow, but I'm hoping. Can you cast this cards on me again? But not. Do I have to use all the cards that I have first, or
Yes.
fuck?
That's the rule. Them's the rules.
Well,
What do I have right now?
I have one card of +4. I have hammer. I
Never
think.
mind. I
have
have
one
an
hammer, I
attack
think.
roll +4, which I burned last session and it was terrible, and then
Yes.
I still have a fortitude one.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, because I have a 50-50 chance of failing the bow. I was hoping for a card to help with that.
I mean, if the second half of your day, I could come aid you. It's
Okay.
a crafting check, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty good at crafting, so the aid check it's like a 50-50 for me to crit. And give you a +2.
Oh, okay. That would be a what 60% chance of succeeding that
Yeah.
that point. So I think I'll probably spend the beginning of my day working on a new item instead that I've been wanting to craft. The thing I searched for the schematic for several sessions before I found it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna start crafting that.
Okay.
I'm waiting on that, and it takes 8 hours with the schematic. So at the end of the 8 hours, I can roll to see if I succeed. The likelihood is slightly better with this. I only need a 8 or higher instead of 11 or higher.
How exactly does this spreadsheet work, by the way? When I change something to sold, should I?
Damn it! It was a hero point.
Oh yeah, true.
+2?
+2 from what?
No, I mean, didn't you just have a 5 and then you reroll to a 7?
Yeah.
All right.
But
Yeah.
I need an 8.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Oh no.
So nothing happens. I just wasted my 8 hours. I need to get rid of my hero points so I can actually roll well.
Ridiculous.
One down, one
This
to go.
guy gets it.
So is that your day?
That's 8 hours of my day.
Okay.
I still have approximately 8 hours left. If that's me a 16-hour day.
Yeah.
So hopefully Tor comes back after those 8 hours and is willing to aid me in me attempting to finish up the bow.
Okay.
Tor's not.
So
coming
what are you
back.
guys doing with your next 4 hours?
You said you're going to the academy,
Mhm.
right? I mean, I'd probably go to cathedral and talk to some of the priests of Saren Ray. Just find out more about Tredora, I guess. If they have anything to say, and talk to some people about like Jarmath and what he's been doing. Yeah.
All right. Well, you have trouble at the cathedral
Oh, they're busy.
because of how busy they are.
Yeah.
You can still try. I'll give you a diplomacy check, but you notice it's going to be difficult because of how much they have going on.
Sure. I'll give it a shot. 21.
You get a moment with a few of the priests. What are you trying to find out?
I guess, what's her, reputation? Like, is she, like, no nonsense? Is she, like, bureaucratic, like I imagine Jarmath is? Is she, yeah, trying to get a sense of the person.
You basically get the gist that bureaucracy is not her style.
Mm-hmm.
Her style is get shit done. Like,
Hey, we're good at that.
if there's a problem, fix it. But you also get the sense that maybe she's thought of as a little bit reckless as a result.
Let's go. Our type of people.
Wendy Reckless.
She's our people.
She is. She's split the party at the Battle of Iman Gap. Reckless.
You also get the sense that while she certainly must be a very powerful spellcaster,
Mm-hmm.
that it seems like not many of the clerics view that as her main strength, but instead view her as more of a combatant for Saren Ray, which is a little bit of a anachronism.
A little bit.
But they use language like the defender of Saren Ray, the defender of the cathedral.
Whoa. Move over.
Stay in your lane.
So she's a very paladin-sounding cleric.
Sure, yeah.
Gotcha.
But that's about it from the little time you're able to
Yeah.
sneak from these priests while they
Right.
run around.
And then I guess I'll go, I don't know, I guess I'll talk to some people and try to figure out, like, the political situation right now. Like, is everybody just playing nice with Jarmath? Are there factions?
Make a society check. This is going to take a little longer, but make
Yeah.
a society check, and I'll see what you can find.
Sure. Yeah. It's a pretty good society check. 18 plus 14? 32?
32. You hear a little bit about some of the families of the of Brindol.
Mm-hmm.
It seems as though there are several that are quite dedicated to Jarmath. One that stands out right away is a name you've heard before because you passed their manor on the way in. The Taskerwills, House Taskerwill, they have apparently been in a lockstep with Jarmath.
Okay.
There is another family that you hear about called the Calls, Kaal. House Call is, you're not sure what to think. Some people seem to think that Call has ulterior motives. Others mention that Call has donated her personal guard to help defend the city. Others think that she might be she might have a body double, and she's actually left the city altogether. It's odd. It seems like no one can really pin down what the hell's happening with House Call. it seems as though all of the temples are more or less aligned with Jarmath, as far as you can tell. Pharasma seems like maybe they're keeping more to themselves than the other two. Less so not supporting Jarmath, but more focused on their like sort of taking care of the dead and dying. You hear a few comments about something called the Black Knife. You don't know what it is, but it's certainly some group in the city that there are a bunch of opinions about. There's some thoughts on like maybe they're helping defend the city, but others have said that they've disappeared, and others have said that they've been seen with Lady Call. So yeah, you're not really sure, but that's new to you. You had never heard anyone called the Black Knife. The Black Knife.
The Black Knife.
But yeah, so you get some good tidbits in there.
Okay.
It takes you a while, and you end up talking to a lot of people. You find that you really have to sort through all of the refugees and find locals to talk to.
Right.
But you are able to, after a good amount of time, pick all of that out.
Do I get any sense that like Lord Jarmath at least has a good working relationship with Tredora? Like, is he actually going to get us? Do I get the sense he's actually going to be able to get us to see her, and they don't like hate each other or anything?
No. Everything you've heard is that that Jarmath, Tredora, the
Tasker Willis,
the captain of the guard, Lars, as well as Lady Call and Immerstal have been meeting very regularly.
Okay, that's good at least.
Maybe not daily, but regularly.
Okay.
And there are other people that you heard mentioned.
Those are the big shots.
But those are the ones that seem that are sort of most often working together.
Okay, cool.
Davian, after you're done selling, what are you doing?
I head to the Brindol Academy.
Okay. You find it surprisingly well guarded. At least the library portion. It looks as if the teachers' quarters and the dormitories have all been converted to house refugees. But the library portion is still quite under guard. I don't think they were willing to. It seems as though they're not willing to risk the books. Who are you? Are you looking for anyone specifically?
I guess I don't. So, Davian would know what this place is like, but I don't. So, is there a front desk area or sort of a main entrance?
There's like a big grand hall that you walk into at the front of the academy. There's it has its own little estate inside the city, with connected buildings and dormitories and stuff. So yeah, it has this grand entrance hall, which is host to a bunch of refugees right now. But as you walk through, you find where you would normally see, the basically the front desk or the equivalent. It's like a row of marble desks with attendants, bookkeepers, that kind of thing, in a room behind it, where they're all busy organizing and filing books and copying passages and making repairs, all that good stuff.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess I would just approach one of the attendants who looks maybe the least busy of the bunch, if there is anyone like that.
Yeah, you can wave someone over. A halfling will come over and say, I'm sorry, we really don't have any more housing for refugees right now.
Chuckle a little bit at that. Actually, no, I was hoping I could speak with my father. Do you know where Elian Balthier is?
She kind of looks at you. Huh. I guess I see the resemblance. Yeah, yes. If you wait here, I can see if I can find him. Unfortunately, his offices are have been converted to sleeping quarters, but I think I might be able to find him in the steps. No, but yes. Give me a moment. And so she scuttles off, and after a while, you see a familiar face. Would you like to share what he looks like to the group?
So he is a full-blooded elf. Doesn't have the blonde hair. Actually, has dark hair, not quite jet black, but so kind of stark contrast to the usual slightly pale features of an elf. But it is very clearly where Davian gets his also very starkly black hair and facial hair. But yeah, honestly, nothing particularly remarkable about him. He very much fits that classic, elven wizard that you picture in your mind. He is, actually, elven aging in the Pathfinder world.
It's pretty similar
to 5e stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So he probably actually looks very similar in age to Davian as well, which is interesting to say the least. But yeah, definitely, clearly more of the scholarly type. Almost certainly has never touched a sword in his life, except perhaps to enchant one from time to time.
Davian.
Alien. It's been a while.
Yes. You are here because...
I need the library. Did you get my message?
Yes, I did. It took some convincing of the headmaster, but I was able to convince him of your crudeness in your blockheadedness as a way to convince him you were being honest.
Well, I appreciate the help. It has been good to see, at least, that it seems the efforts in Brindol have at least been in alignment. Drellin's Ferry and Tarleton are gone entirely.
Or so I've heard. We fear for the library, if I'm honest.
I'll bet.
That
Can you
sucks.
get me in?
What is it you're looking for?
Research on a few things. Black and green dragons, for starters. Moloch. And a name that I'm not sure if we'll find, but as our cool.
Here's Kevin's Compendium of Dragons.
So
It's a shit book.
you've come into our library to search for powerful, arcane gods of magic that are the dragons, a god of death and destruction of the underworld, and someone named Azarkul.
I believe them to be the link between the aforementioned entities.
How could I turn you away with a request like that?
I must admit, it must sound like interesting research at the very least.
Again, how can I argue? Yes, okay. I'll grant you access. Please avoid tripping over any of the attendants as we catalog the books, and please return what you find to where you found it.
Of course.
He pulls out a elaborate-looking key, and then sort of gestures to a door that you've seen before. They keep things pretty subtle to avoid, attracting attention. But beyond the door is the beginning of the stacks, and which is it's just basically it's a 2-story building, and it goes underground as well, of just like extremely tightly packed stacks with occasional sort of big tables that are broken out for study, equipped with lamps. Otherwise, it's just all dark, and he gives you a light, like an arcane, like a what are they called? Like the what are the flames? The flames that don't.
I actually have
Everlight
one
crystal.
too.
Yeah. Okay.
So if he goes to like hand me one, I'll actually pull one out. And be like,
Oh, okay.
Thanks, though. Before you return to your other pursuits, did Sir Tyrion or Miha ever reach town and contact you?
Miha does not ring a bell, although Sir Tyrion did spend some days in the stacks before he left, probably for the west, I believe. Although I did not see him go. A strange little man.
You're not wrong.
I found that I liked him despite his flippant attitude.
He was quite a character. Reliable in his own unique way.
Yeah, it could be that he's still in the city, but I assumed since he did not come back to the library that he had left.
I would be surprised to find if he was still here. I'm glad to see he made it to Brindol alive and well.
This Miha, who is this?
She was the. Miha was the. Sorry, wait.
Yeah, he's asking you.
He's okay.
Yeah.
Oh no.
She was an enchantress working out in Tarleton area. We, my companions and I, rescued her from a few agents of the Red Hand who were masquerading as servants of Saren Ray. And I directed her to find you when she was here to, potentially connect her with someone or somewhere she could perhaps ply her trade and help prepare the defense of the city.
I was not called upon by Miha, but there's plenty of need in the city. Perhaps she found another path. As far as I'm aware, they've taken good care of most of the refugees.
They certainly seem to be trying to.
Damien, what are you studying or looking for specifically?
Well, I'm going to start from the most practical to what I suspect to be the I guess, least explicitly helpful.
Okay.
We're going to start with the dragons, the black and the green dragons.
Okay.
I want to, or I guess, I don't know. I'm sure Davian knows some things, and Kevin knows some things about dragons, but sort of just reconfirm some things about, potential like damage type immunities or vulnerabilities, or, I'm sure there's not a super vulnerability, but a particular lack of resistance to certain things.
Go ahead and make your gather information or your your gather information check, or recall knowledge rather.
Recall knowledge, okay.
Add +5 for the library's help, please.
Nice.
This could be nasty.
No boy.
38.
Yep.
Damn. Okay. So, green dragon first. You find quite a lot of information on both types of dragon. First, the green dragon. Some of this obviously you already know.
Mm-hmm.
The dragon is able to release a cloud of poison. Some of you saw this
Can I confirm?
firsthand. It's also it speaks. Most green dragons speak Elven and Sylvan in addition to their Draconic. They are immune to poison, of course, but also being paralyzed and sleep. They're very, very well versed.
Immune to poison,
Paralyzed.
paralysis, and sleep.
Yes. And as far as their magical abilities, they tend to work around control of the mind. So they're very good at like charm, suggestion, that type of thing. Anything else you wanted to know specifically about green dragons?
In general, are dragons, especially like adult dragons and such, are they just going to sort of have like a blanket true resistance to standard kinds of damage, or no?
No.
It's not really a thing?
Nope, not a thing.
Okay.
Dragons tend to rely on their presence, which causes fear in lesser beings if they get too close. Their breath attacks, and then they're like generally very, very good movement abilities. So like the green dragon can swim and fly and move very quickly, faster than most humans, and ignores difficult terrain, can move very quickly through the undergrowth. Green dragons are also actually amphibious, so they're very good in the water. Most dragons are actually amphibious. And the black dragon honestly isn't that different. Although black dragons speak giant or Jotun instead of, in addition to their normal draconic language. And obviously their
speak orc.
breath attack is a little bit different. Black dragons are not quite as magical, although most of them are able to cast darkness.
None of them speak Orcish so far.
And then black dragons are a little bit better in melee combat than green dragons.
It's their tail thing.
And they're just they can go into a frenzy that makes a bunch of attacks if you catch them face to face.
Are their immunities the same, the black and the green?
Well, swap out poison for acid, but yes.
Okay. acid. And then, yeah, and theirs was an acid breath weapon.
Yes.
Do I know if, like, so the poison breath weapon was like a big, like, cone, right?
Yes.
I think the Black Dragon's was a line.
That's correct.
Okay. Do I know if that is age dependent or dragon dependent, or like, are all Black Dragons
You know,
acid breath weapons lines generally, or
you
like,
know that generally the breath weapon works the same for all of the same color,
Okay,
except it just is much more powerful the older the dragon is.
gotcha. Okay. Great. That covers very useful dragon information.
That takes a couple hours. What's the next one you'd like to research?
We'll go Moloch.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Go ahead and give me. What would be appropriate here? Probably. Religion, I think.
Okay. Uh, 24 without the library's help, so 29 with it.
Oh, that's not bad. You do find some information about Moloch in a tome on the archdevils. He goes by many names. The Ashen Bull is one of his main monikers. He is the general of Hell's armies, and embodies discipline and destruction. His realm is the 6th layer of Hell.
Discipline and destruction.
Yes. Yeah, his realm is the 6th layer of Hell. And he has a massive army of souls. Those who swore allegiance to him before their death. Moloch is described in this book as particularly terrifying because of his kindness. That is, above and beyond all other archdevils, Moloch is most likely to grant requests of mortals. And the reason that's so dangerous is the moment you bind yourself to him in that way, you give him your soul. So while, yes, he may provide you a great boon in life, doing so dooms your soul to his armies for eternity. This usually means he is pretty widely the most worshipped of all the archdevils, just because he listens in a way most don't. His biggest, for those who are adherents, the worst things you can do are defying a superior officer, fleeing in battle against orders, or losing your ability to fight because of a vice.
All right, so we get the red hand addicted to smack.
I was gonna say,
Hell yeah.
they're all leave all. Leave all the alcohol in the city.
Bartender. Is there any
Just roofie all of our
particular
arrows.
What?
Just roofie all of our arrows.
types of magic that Moloch is known for?
Great.
Or
Yeah.
I know there are some archdevils that are particularly like Mephistopheles is very spellcastery, I guess. Is he considered one of the more spellcastery types or no?
He has a good deal of clerics in his ranks, and they focus on mostly pure destruction, things like burning hands and acid storm and things that like just have no other purpose but to destroy.
Okay. All right.
I think you could probably do one more here before the end of the day.
We'll go digging. That's our cool.
As our cool. Oh, interesting. Make a society check.
We live in a society.
Oh no.
We live with our hero point.
Yeah.
Oh, +1.
Oh no.
Turn my 4 into a 5. But
Seems
I
like a
won't
theme.
be weighed down by this hero point anymore.
Yep.
So with
That's
the
the way to see
library,
it.
that is a total of 22.
Okay. This proves a lot less fruitful. The
Let me know what food rupee is.
interesting thing that you find out, so you don't actually find out any direct information about Azarkul. You don't find that actual name anywhere in the books you find. I think what's interesting to you about the name is that it is not a name of a.
We're 2000 out of.
It is not a typical name of like a goblin or hobgoblin or like orcs or ogres or giants. It is, based on what you can tell, it's sort of a draconic name.
That checks out.
You haven't heard any references to Azarkul being a dragon anywhere. So that strikes you as sort of strange. But it does seem like it's a dragon name, and it seems like an old dragon name. You see references that the older a dragon is, generally the shorter its name is. Younger dragons, and we're not even talking about like just dragons that are alive today. We're talking about like really, really long ago.
Sorry, the shorter it is, the older.
The older the dragon is.
Ozymandias is young because he's got a really long name.
Generally
Which makes sense
speaking,
because he was not very big.
generally speaking, modern dragons, living dragons today have longer names. But beyond that, you find very little about Azarkul.
All right. I guess that does it for today.
Runar, when you return,
Yeah.
you do find that Redrick is hoping for some help.
Fuck!
You need some help here?
Yeah. Stupid ass bow with its stupid ass rune.
Oh, maybe my father can stop turning over in his grave. So that's a crit success. So you got a +2 to this roll.
Alright, so now I need a 9 or higher for his bow. Last 4 hours.
Oh, okay.
Got it.
Awesome.
It was done.
Nothing like fixing a bow for a dead man.
So at this point, you are.
Did we already pay for that rune transfer? We did, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
you did it
You
up
did.
front.
At this point, you are returning, I assume,
Yeah.
to meet with Sarana.
Yes.
Yeah.
You return to her makeshift home,
Mm-hmm.
and she again leads you back out into the alley where you can talk in peace.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you all had a successful day. I certainly did. Perhaps your whatever you did yesterday helped. I couldn't tell you, but I will say I was able to encourage some of Jarmath's lieutenants and advisors that you all were a great enough boon to be worth a proper face-to-face discussion. He seemed to remember some of you.
He did send us out to meet to get you.
That's right. That's right. Goodness. I guess you were successful.
Eventually.
He'll meet you at daybreak tomorrow.
Okay.
He has not offered much of his time.
Sure.
So I suggest you determine
Prepared.
what you want to say to him now.
Very simple.
You didn't write a speech this time. Ugh.
Yeah.
It's fine. We'll keep it real simple.
I did my best to prime him with some of your ideas and with the strength and leverage of your companions who have fallen.
Tor. Or wait, no, which one do I want?
Tor.
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 Tor to the heels.
Tor, not
Oh no, what are you doing?
Oh my god.
Well, yeah, we were hoping.
Should
Did they offer any like discount packages or like
a BOGO deal on resurrections?
deals?
Buy one get one half off. You just no legs.
Do you
but-
suffer for funds?
We can make it, but it'll leave us very thin. We're already having to sell some of the items that we've been putting to use to make it there.
Are we able to like open up a line of credit with one of the rich families in town?
Possible.
No.
I think probably House Call would
Yeah.
extend you some credit.
We might owe them a favor though. I don't want to deal with that.
What I heard of House Call today. Not sure the type of people you want to be owing favors.
Exactly.
Wait, well, why?
Pretty much
What
everyone.
makes you say that?
Lots of people owe them a favor.
I've only been here for not long, but
Wow, 4 favors already.
Oh shit!
seems like
How?
a classic. Not quite the classic merchant type.
When you.
Likely has underworld connections.
Yeah. Like, I don't know for sure.
Likely isn't above blackmail,
That's an
etc.
enchantment aura that costs 1 a black and a black, and it enchants a land. You can tap it and draw cards. Underworld connections. Sorry.
But anyway, I think we just need to tell Jarmath tomorrow. I mean, first of all, it's his fault, but secondly, we shouldn't tell him that. But
We're on the same page there.
tell him, emphasize that our comrades not only be essential for the battle, but for solving his immediate problems. It is of the absolute essence that we meet with Tradora. And beyond that, we can fill him in on our thoughts on defending the city later, but it sounds like he's quite busy with the refugee crisis now. City defense planning will have to come later, so stick to the message of we need to speak to Tradora, we need you to use your influence to get a meeting with her. We need her help with resurrecting our comrades. Our comrades are invaluable in solving both Tradora's issues with her overworked clerics and the city's issues with the vast number of injured here. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me.
Well, you rest, only to be woken up well before dawn.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Before we go to bed,
Yeah.
I had a couple other questions that I wanted to ask Serana. Just about
Sure,
the status
she
of
can
the
do, you can do
region.
that.
What's the status of Douth and Prosser, as far as she's aware?
As far as she's aware, there are some refugees, but none that she's aware of that have fled from actual violence. Just the fear of violence.
That's good.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that was the big thing. Just because I wasn't sure of the status of those places.
Okay.
And I don't remember whose bit of information this was contributed by. I'm thinking it was Rex, but I'm not 100% sure. But he was the one who had mentioned that the 6 blades were located in Prosser.
Somebody is.
And yeah, I don't know. So that was just something that was vaguely on my mind. If we're gonna end up, not killing time here, but that seems like a reasonable potential use of our time to try and enlist them.
Could be.
6 guys.
Although,
6 swords. It's only 3 people. They all do will.
there will be plenty to do here in the city as well. But I will defer to you. I think your ideas have treated you quite well thus far.
We have been fortunate.
Um, So you wake up and you're woken by some of her lieutenants well before dawn, and shepherded to the sort of center of
Day 30.
of political action in the city, which is Brindol Keep. It's just like a pretty squat, 4-towered square keep that's perched atop the central hill of Brindol. And you find it absolutely bustling with people.
Brindle is hopping.
You wait your turn, but are relatively quickly, pretty much exactly at the time promised, as the sun begins to peak from the horizon, you're led into the main I guess almost like ballroom of this keep. I guess it's more of a defensive building, although over the years it's certainly been renovated into being a really fine mansion-like keep instead of more of a tactical military place. And you see a bunch of advisors with maps of the city, of the Vale, arguing over plans. You see designs for everything from ditches with spikes to you see someone talking about trying to convince others of digging a moat and like diverting the Elsier through it around the city. They're clearly just like a lot of people trying to plan. There are a lot of people talking about what to do with the refugees. And in the middle of it all is Jarmath. And perhaps, unlike how you've come to think of him, he is in command. He is clearly listening, commanding, denying ideas, accepting ideas, sort of like really being extremely decisive in a way that you aren't used to. You are announced, and you can see like the room has maybe 2 or 3 dozen people in it, and they don't leave. They just sort of move and give you some privacy as you talk to Jarmath. He looks at you and nods, and he says, "Ah, yes. Yes, Redrick and Davian. I do remember you. Thank you. First of all, thanks are in order for bringing Serana back to the city. Not perhaps the approach I expected you to take, but I think now I see it was foolish of me to ask you what I had originally asked. But that's beside the point. You're here to speak to me, to ask a request, or perhaps give advice?
Let's make sure our talking points.
And and this is Runar. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
Well, what is it you have to share?
So our talking points were that we need to talk to the High Priest.
We need to talk to Trodor. This is part
yes,
one.
High Priest Fedora.
We need to talk to Trodor. We need to resurrect one of our two of our comrades.
Which one?
We need to resurrect two of our comrades. Our comrades would be able to decisively help the strained clerics in terms of healing. They are crucial to Brindol's defense. Need to be brought back as soon as possible. And to that end, we need a letter of recommendation. Or, hey, we need to be able to meet with her as soon as possible. And I guess instead of we could just say that we said that if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Those are the points that we made.
Absolutely. I need one of you to make a diplomacy check.
Guessing me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, one of you guys.
I saved a hero point, which is either a curse or a blessing.
I'm gonna guidance you.
It's a plus 12. Plus 13?
And you will get a bonus for this for the work you did in advance.
Well,
It's fine.
using my hero point.
You roll that one.
It wasn't that one.
It didn't even roll. It just
it was
won.
like, you get nothing.
Okay.
Oh, that's really good.
Okay.
You got the nat one first.
20, not amazing, but a 25.
It's just like,
With whatever
seize
bonuses.
them. Throw
No,
them
that's
in prison.
pretty darn good.
Who are these people?
They're the spies! Arrest them! What? I know too much of the enemy's
Gotta be
movements.
kidding me.
Wow, I'm glad I saved that hero point.
Oh god.
Well,
Oh, finally the hero
You-
point comes through.
you make a convincing argument. It's hard to it is hard for me to wave away the benefit that you have provided the Vale.
I made a list.
It is impossible to deny.
It's something getting put on there.
As such, I will provide you two things. And he raises a hand and talks to an attendant briefly, who nods and sort of moves away. First, I'm sure you have seen we are under a refugee crisis. My current plan is to move these refugees to Dennebar. Currently, there are limitations to this. We need a great deal of supplies and defense to move these refugees quickly and effectively. Once they have left, I will convene a council to decide our strategy for the defense of the city. I would like you to be a part of it.
I offer my warfare lore as tribute. His too.
Mine too. We both have warfare.
Warfare.
Will you do you agree
Yes.
to help in this regard?
I think speaking at least for myself.
Yes.
Me and Davian.
Seems quite
we'd
reasonable.
We'd be happy to.
Excellent. While we wait for my second point, I have a question for you. There have been many ideas for how to quickly transport these refugees out of the city. do it safely and effectively without harming our own defenses. A challenging problem, as you no doubt understand, as you no doubt have seen. The Tasker Wills, if you're familiar with the family, has made a proposition, and I am curious of your opinion on it. If you do not know of the Tasker Wills, their wealth comes from the trade of horseflesh. They train, trade, and sell horses. They suggested, instead of using these beasts for combat, to instead invest the full force of their available stock only for the transfer of refugees to Denimar. Therefore, reducing the amount of supplies and food and defense necessary to protect them on the some 100-mile journey to Denimar.
Yeah, that's double the mouths that we don't have to feed as well.
The side effect, of course, is that these horses are well bred and would no doubt be a huge boon in combat. So I ask you, what is your opinion of the matter?
My understanding is that it would take about a week to travel to Denimar on foot and a week to travel back on foot. The enemy, as of 2 days ago, was 2 weeks away. My thought is, with horses, they could get the refugees to Denimar and perhaps aid Denimar's forces to arrive here to aid in defense.
It's possible.
So the horses, and we'd have more numbers.
However, I will be honest, Denimar has thus far made no offer of help to our cause whatsoever.
As you don't expect them to.
It is my understanding that Denimar is a city of isolation. They take their own defenses too seriously.
They don't have walls, right?
They do.
They do have walls.
Yeah.
I think that the use of these horses in combat will be less helpful than you'd think. If you were thinking of using them as cavalry in the field, I presume.
Yes.
I don't think that this is a battle that should be fought outside the walls of Brindol. The enemy has many, many advantages that would nullify any sort of cavalry charge. Flying foes for
Dragons, manticores, barghests, ogres.
So you are in agreement.
I am.
I believe that this battle needs to be fought at and possibly within the walls of Brindol, and you won't get much use out of cavalry. And to be frank, sending cavalry out in the field against some of the monsters we've seen would be tantamount to throwing them into the meat grinder, throwing their lives away. So I think that the plan of these Tasker Wills makes the most sense. It's the best way to put these horses to use, and based on our experience against the Horde, we should be fighting them at the walls, not outside of them, for the best chance of success.
Are there any alternative propositions?
There are many. Using our lesser trained militia to defend them, and with expecting for them not to return at all in time for the battle. Forcing out, there are some that wish to force out the refugees and leave them on their own terms entirely. There are some that say we should move them all north of the Elseer and put them in camps, and not try to defend them, leave them only the defense of the river itself. There are some that say we should keep them in the city I appreciate your opinions. I do. Now, and he kind of looks over his shoulder. Yes. I am on good terms with Tredora. But I would not deign speak for her. So you will have to do that yourself. And she enters the room.
Fuck.
And it is
It is good.
pretty astonishing. The whole room lights up. Like literally lights up as she enters. Like she emits a glow that casts shadows on the walls as she comes into the room. Yeah, you've never really seen anything quite like her. She looks like a sort of otherworldly, sort of alien and strange, beautiful, but like in a way that you can't really put your finger on. And she walks right past Jarmath, doesn't really even acknowledge him, and approaches the three of you. And sort of her eyes naturally land on you, and she gives you an ever so slight nod.
I give her a deeper one.
And she says, "What is it you ask of me?"
Simply put, we have friends that have given their lives in protection of the Veil, and I think there is a lot they can still do for us, but we do not have the power within ourselves to bring them back.
Clearly, Jarmath trusts and respects you.
I just nod.
You are a follower of Sarenrae. Tell me,
That was probably a quiz.
what do you feel the devotees of Sarenrae, my flock, what do you feel their purpose should be in this upcoming battle?
Better get it right.
Same.
I was gonna say Radar will send you a message in your head. Seeing that, like, I don't know if you hesitate for a second, but if you do, he's gonna send you a message in your head. I think they're best suited as healers in the cathedral, one central triage location.
Oh, okay. It's more or less what I was going to say.
Mm-hmm. That's
Sort
what
of.
Yeah. Like that's what happened with clerics. Like put them all in one place, bring anyone who's hurt there.
I believe that, of course, their healing will be extremely valuable. However, with the number of militia and soldiers we have, they will very quickly go through their magical abilities to heal the wounded. Any of them that are proficient in medicine and are able to cast spells that prevent death, referring to what's it called? Stabilize, yeah, will be useful. Setting up a triage location, I briefly glance at you, for them, and perhaps a few near the front to stabilize anyone who was unconscious and bleeding before bringing them to be healed as they shake off their wounds. The stronger ones, perhaps, I know of some spells that are good for bolstering the courage of men, for fortifying defenses. Those kinds of things would be invaluable in choke points.
Sounds like you believe we should be everywhere.
I believe
I've got a message in your head. As she says this, I don't think that's the answer she wants to hear. Sounds like she wants to keep everyone central, and to be honest, I agree.
Before you...
I don't change my answer.
Before you say anything else, she says, "Where will you be?"
Where I'm needed most, but probably taking out whatever's causing the biggest threat. With my allies, of course.
She glances at all of you. Well, for that, they cannot stay dead.
Having a bow on your side is a lot better if you're facing down a dragon.
I will provide you a boon. I am not prepared to give it as I stand before you. But upon first light in the Cathedral of Sarenrae tomorrow, I will raise one of your allies, if that is what you wish.
It is.
You have 2 dead, as Jarmath tells me.
Yes.
Place your trust in Sarenrae, in yourself or in my clerics, to raise the other.
Just not. I'm not gonna argue with her.
She reaches out a hand to shake,
I'll shake her hand if that's what she wants to do.
and she'll shake yours as well, and yours. I look forward to speaking with you all more.
As do I.
Let's do it.
She turns and leaves, the light sort of following her out of the room.
Oh no, I don't have dark vision. Where did everybody go?
Where are you?
Was it unclear that I said that like the lower rank clerics that are just good at medicine should be triaging in the back in a central location, but the more powerful ones are more useful in the front lines?
Yeah, I feel like that was pretty clear.
Okay. Because because she said people being everywhere. I'm like, well, everyone's only in one spot, depending on how good they are.
I think she meant more to say that the adherents of Sarenrae should be everywhere.
Oh,
Not
sure.
like individuals should
Okay.
be everywhere.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that's what you meant or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you've been given a promise. First light, the Cathedral of Sarenrae, on the next morning, she will be ready to provide a boon.
Oh, Zach, I sent you a message, by the way,
Okay.
relevant to this.
I will add while we're in Lord Jormath's vicinity. Is he still paying attention to us?
Yeah, he is.
Lord Jormath, depending on what our futures hold, I did just have a thought. Actually, never mind. I'm taking all that back. Never mind, because we're going to do the War Council, and then I'll decide if I need to say that. Never mind. Okay. I'm going to say like quietly, but loud enough, but not quietly enough that other people can't hear it, even though I'm trying not to let it get people to hear it. Well, I think that went well.
What was that gonna vote?
I'm inclined to agree.
Is my hand glowing? Cool. For what it's worth, also yesterday, since you had to use my second and third level spells to cast Gentle Repose, and I'd be doing it again this morning. I used my first level spell yesterday to it's called Restyle, and I just basically cast it on my Restolarian armor
Oh, that's
sounds
cool.
to match the colors of Brindol.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's actually really cool.
Nice.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Did I until like 3 sessions ago? I'm like, this could be useful.
That's sweet.
So, knowing that, you have a day, technically.
Point of order / clarification on
Yeah.
this boon we're being offered.
Yeah.
Is this one on the house?
You're not sure. She didn't say anything about payment.
Okay. I'm gonna. I think we. Yeah. Just. We'll bring enough gold just in case.
Right.
I marked a bunch of stuff as sold, but I
Oh,
didn't sell some of the most expensive stuff.
And on the way out, we'll stop by the the equivalent of the front desk here and get paid for bringing Serrano back home.
Right.
Oh yeah.
That's so funny.
This was like a month ago.
That's
but-
fucking hilarious.
Technically, the
Oh wait, Noro paid us, didn't he?
Yeah.
Or- yeah.
yeah, you were paid.
You got me so excited.
My bad. My bad.
How could you do
I
this
was
to
excited
me?
too. I was like,
You got my hopes up so high just to crush them.
So, in theory, we could do one of the resurrects right now. Because, well, if we can find one of the priests, because she's only going to do the one.
Yeah.
And if I can find a priest that I can convince to do a hero ritual, I can drastically increase the odds.
We should. I guess find one that.
Yeah.
Did she imply that she wants to do the resurrection tomorrow as well, or just?
She's doing it tomorrow morning.
She's doing the raised dead.
She's
tomorrow.
raising somebody.
Yeah, but then she's.
The other resurrection, it didn't seem like
She's not going to do it.
she had a clear time and
we get her for one.
Yeah.
Okay.
she it seems like she just said to trust in Sarenrae for the other. She didn't really imply a time or a place.
Deal. Yeah, Sarah Ryan.
Yeah, no pressure.
Yeah.
No pressure.
She wrote us down for sure.
Cool.
Okay.
No doubt.
Can we give her a hero point to whoever casts the ritual? I know. Well, what do we have to roll for resurrections for secondary checks? Are we doing those, or are there clerics
No, it's
doing
We
those?
cannot do a secondary check. It literally requires a nat 20.
Yeah, you have to, for it to be any benefit, you have to crit succeed on it.
And it's such a high DC.
Oh, you don't have secondary checks.
And a regular failure actively hurts the chances.
Like,
so you don't
badly.
want
That's what I'm
to.
saying. You don't need to do secondary
No.
checks to cast the ritual. Oh, okay.
It's a chance to help it if you're already doing a long shot thing. You add in a second long shot, hope to,
Is that right? You don't have to do the secondary checks?
No.
do you?
No, I think it's just you can help.
I guess we'll see. Let's click. Resurrect.
Well,
We also
yeah.
No,
Well,
it needs 2 secondary casters.
Yeah, I was under the
But
impression.
do they have to do secondary checks with it, or are they just like participants making it happen?
I suspect it would require the secondary checks.
Yeah, so I guess it's a big enough deal. You need 2 other people, and they need to roll well enough to regular succeed to not hurt the ritual.
Their
I-
medicine society is
I
the
can-
secondary check for
I was going to
resurrect.
say, I can regular succeed with very high confidence.
Well,
Actually,
how many-
guaranteed confidence right now because I have an omen.
Well, how many clerics do they have?
Society or medicine?
It's a skill check on. It would be on society. I would do.
How many clerics do they have that can cast resurrect?
it's a ritual. It's not really.
Any-
It's not a cast, which is a ritual.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Yeah,
just
like,
a question of are
theoretically,
they better
anybody
at
can do a resurrection.
are they better at medicine?
What's that?
So theoretically, anybody could do a resurrection if you were aware of it.
There's still
And
a
also-
level requirement for rituals, isn't there?
Probably.
But I could do the secondary. Well, I could be one of the secondary check
Do
people.
you have one of your advantages on skill checks right now?
I have something even better. I have an omen which turns a failure into a success. I cannot turn.
I guess
it
what,
kinda do a crit
Zach, what I meant
success.
is just that, like, three wizards of an appropriate level could attempt a resurrect.
Yes.
You
Yes.
just
Yeah.
still have to do well on religion and not screw up the backup checks and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's not going to
Well,
be
my
their forte.
my point is if they have other clerics who are potentially masters in medicine.
How hard is it to learn?
I should
Well-
be one of the. I should be one of them. I'm
It's
good,
not hard.
for sure. I'm
You
good
can
with-
also
one of the
hero-
secondary
But you have to
casters,
be-
You can hero
Yeah.
all 3 people
I
and
know,
give them
fair enough.
advantage.
Yeah.
on it.
Can I learn
don't-
it even
I don't
though
want
I
like
can't
the failure
do it
is
yet?
so bad. I only want to do.
You can
it
only
on
learn a
one
ritual
of them.
if
But
you're-
I agree that
If the ritual's level is no higher than half of your level rounded up.
So I have to be 2 levels higher, basically.
Yeah.
Damn. Cool to learn the resurrection ritual of Sarenrae and then be able to cast it in 2 levels. Theory.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but I have to be 2 levels higher and then learn it.
Yes.
Okay.
You could learn reincarnation.
True. It's true. I'm gonna hurt to do that just in case. Though our money is a little bit stretched right now. Depending on if it costs anything.
All right, so we'll have
Yeah.
a Cleric of Sarenrae be the primary caster doing their religion check. We'll have you as one of the secondary casters doing the society check,
Yes.
and then probably just lean on another one of their clerics
Mm-hmm.
for the medicine.
That he hero rituals.
Yeah, assuming they let me hero ritual them. Which I will sell this as these are portents,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
what they are looking for.
Makes sense.
And I will help convince them to let you do it because
Yeah, I think you're going to be
I'm a Sarenrae follower.
very useful for bolstering my credibility there.
I think Tor is the one that we try and bring back today.
It's all of it's tomorrow, isn't it?
Why is all of it tomorrow? We have the
The
whole
Reed's
day
dead
today.
tomorrow at dawn. The resurrect can happen.
Right.
If they have resurrect prepared.
It's a ritual. They don't need to have it prepared at all.
For two reasons. One, if we're able to bring back one of them sooner, Tor can do a lot more good for the people of the city a day sooner. And secondly, Tridora leading the ritual, I have to believe, increases its chances for success. And if I had to choose one of the two, Tor is great, but that man kills dragons.
Yes.
And we're going to kill dragons, and yeah, the only I'm almost useless against the dragon. You two are good, better than me, but yeah,
Davian's right.
Rex is the best.
So we'll take. So I guess we'll go see if we can find some clerics willing to do this. It's basically like I'll be there the whole day. I don't know what you guys will be doing. But,
You'll be there the whole day for what?
the ritual takes that long.
Oh, I'm gonna be there the whole time.
Okay,
absolutely.
just figured I'd let you
How
know
long does
that.
the ritual take?
One day.
A whole
Oh,
day.
fuck.
But
hell.
when it says a day it usually means like a day of.
You spend a whole day crafting. This is a whole day ritual.
Yeah, it's not like
presumably.
24 hours of.
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
Standing there channeling
It actually
magic.
includes like this includes breaks. Is actually in the.
Yes.
Yeah, first breakfast, second breakfast.
Yes.
11 seeds.
So that's our plan. We'll assist with the ritual. We'll try to convince them to do harrowings first, though.
I don't think there's anything I can actually contribute because the only thing I could roll would be society. I think you're better than I am.
I also
I think
think
you're right that you just going and learning the ways of this ritual.
Well, I can't learn them yet apparently.
I just need him there to help convince.
Right. No, that's fair. I guess, and honestly, yeah, just you being affiliated, does a lot.
But
for
other than that, I
trust.
Yeah,
That's-
I want to be there just because it's my friend and we
Yeah,
need.
like
I'm
you don't need to
a
be
Sarenrae.
there if you like because
Or-
I know
actually,
you've got
I am
plenty
a
of things you
cleric
want
and a
to do for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the library.
Okay. You're going to the library. You two are going back to
Temple.
Temple. Okay. Well, with your ability, you're quickly able to find a cleric to speak with. What do you tell them?
Oh no, I'll bring that back. Do they look like a? I'm not sure you can even tell by looking at them. They look like a higher ranking one or lower ranking cleric.
Like the first person you find is going to be pretty low ranking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, I'll just say, hello. We spoke with Atia 2 days ago now. She's still around.
She
With her,
sort of nods at you more deferentially than Atya did,
Okay.
and leads you into the temple,
Okay.
where you find Atya tending to some wounded, and saying some prayers to adherents of Sarenrae.
When she looks like she can be interrupted and doesn't, you're gonna mess something up. Say, Atia, may we speak for a moment?
Of course, brother. What is it?
This morning, we had the fortune of speaking with High Priest Tradora.
I see. Blessed be to you.
It was an experience. First time for me, at least. But she recommended that we trust in the light of Serenray to bring back one of our fallen friends. And I was hoping you could help me to figure out who would be best to conduct the ritual of resurrection for one of our friends.
There are a few that could aid you, myself included. When would you like to perform the ritual?
Honestly, I'll look at you.
Today, I'm ready.
As soon as possible. The one we'd like to bring back has, I believe we mentioned this to her earlier, the ability to heal many of the masses. He probably won't love the idea if he's as... Oh, wait, that's raised dead. That makes them hurt. Never mind. That makes them, like, weak.
We will be that as well.
He'll be
unless,
he will
unless
be?
you
Okay.
crit.
It may not
succeed.
be...
He'll be weak, but less.
He won't be thrilled, but
One less week.
there's much he can do, and every day that we are able... He's around is going to be a big help. Especially as we try to resolve this refugee crisis, which seems to be the highest priority for both the High Priest and our Lord.
Is he a fellow adherent?
No, he wields magic that I'm unfamiliar with. He has power over water and air, and his it seems that these powers he has at his disposal have natural healing properties that he can give out to people as frequently as he'd like. Whereas, as I'm sure you know, we take time to regain our efforts.
An interesting ability, especially for a cynic. Well, we shall provide our best attempt.
We are both here to aid you in whatever way we can, and if you are the one to conduct the ritual, I sort of make it a question.
If you request it, it shall be done.
My friend here you discussed the other day the ability to portend whether a resurrection will be successful.
Yes. We generally use the divine energy of our festivals and worship to Serenray to guide these things. Such divination will not be possible. I suggest we...
I sort of just indicate to him.
I suggest we at least attempt to time our ritual such that it complete at dawn in honor to Serenray.
I'll smile.
It is the least we could do.
Of course, that makes complete sense. And anything you can think of that would improve our chance of success, I welcome it. And in that vein, my friend here, I can point over. He has a type of portent as well. I don't know exactly how to describe it. I was skeptical at first, but he's able to sort of...
A supplier of divine portents, one might say.
I was hoping he could read your fate and perhaps aid in the ritual.
You have done this before?
Several times now, and it has gone quite well.
It is not in opposition to the teachings of Serenray?
It's not, as far as I know, right?
I guess that's a question for...
I don't think it is.
For Redrick.
Yeah, I mean, Serenray...
It's basically granting. So it's granting of boons, I would say.
Yeah,
it's strictly positive granting
Yeah,
of boons.
it's maybe like altering a fate a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's a second chance. Which I mean, honestly,
For
a second
redemption,
chance.
it actually literally
it
is a
actually kind of
second
aligns in a way. Yeah. When you fail to give a second attempt. So yeah, I know it's in a way it almost aligns with Sarah, right?
So be it.
If possible, I'd like to help you as one of the secondary ritualists.
Do you have to know it?
No.
I don't think so. Okay.
Only the primary caster has to know the spell.
Okay.
And who else? We will need an additional.
Is there another cleric that you could?
If that is your
In
choice,
this?
yes.
Yes.
I'm happy to be evaded any way I can. However, I do not believe that. I believe that I might be more a hindrance were I to help.
She puts a hand gently on your shoulder, and she says, "There is one thing we will ask of you.
Name it.
Your axe.
Is
If this goes poorly, if Saren Ray decides against your colleague,
Mm.
you will have to follow her guidance to strike them down."
They turn into a revenant.
right. We wouldn't want. We wouldn't want Miriam hearing of this. Best ended quickly.
She takes you to the body.
How strong is the revenant? Can I roll religion?
Yeah, well, so you don't know specifically that it will certainly be a revenant.
Okay, sure.
It's true. It doesn't
so-
say that specifically.
Oh, it doesn't. Okay.
You
but
did-
it says
It could just be a zombie and a ghost. So
is it as strong as what was
They
that
just
was dead, or is it
couldn't
something
reunite.
stronger?
An evil spirit possesses the body,
Yeah.
and the body transforms into a special kind of undead.
Man, I would fucking the astral counterpart to the.
Sorry, it's not.
Oh, I know, but it hurts. It only if you attack a creature
Yeah.
that's being possessed, it only hurts the possessing thing, not the
Mhm.
body itself.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
And now
right.
he'd probably still be dead, but that doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
man, do I want it for that?
Yeah.
It's
So
not me, so.
So Zach, I think we'd want also just imagine we want the most experienced person they can find available,
Well,
the
we-
most powerful cleric, because we want someone who's really good at this check. We don't want just like anybody. And I think you should mention
I mean,
or you would have mentioned it.
I mean, I kind of implied it when I asked her like whoever would be best for the ritual.
Yeah.
And if she's on par with the other ones, then I'm fine
Right.
with her. But
What preparation do you require before we begin?
pick a card. Any card.
Yeah.
Cool
It'll
about
take
it.
about an hour for both you and the other cleric that will be participating in the ritual. I need no materials from you, only your concentration on that which we seek to achieve in this ritual.
All right. We begin at noon. So she'll sort of bring you
Mm-hmm.
to meet with the other cleric, and
Like, give me the rundown.
yeah.
Mhm.
Do you need to make rolls for this?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna do. We always get cocked though when you roll it there.
Okay, you rolled 17,
Can I
16,
flex
I did roll really
18,
can I
well.
flex my muscles to inspire you?
Do you have guidance?
No.
I don't think
I was
so.
looking at my highest skill, which is athletic, which I don't think is helpful here.
Crit?
Cool.
Nice. That's a regular success on the second one, and then a crit on the third one.
Okay.
First crit, please. Okay. Oops.
We got it on the
Third
last.
on the last
Oh,
roll, I
nice.
got the skill check.
Nice. Okay.
Oh my god.
All right. So we have a bonus for
Plus
the primary.
4. Yeah, so it's +4. It's reroll +4.
Okay. Is that on a failure or
That's it's on a. They can immediately reroll.
They can-
at their choice?
They can
Yes,
roll
at
and
their
then
choice.
look at it. And
Yeah,
then,
exactly.
Okay.
So second one, crit, crit. That's a success. Do I want to hero point it?
Yeah, you might have to roll. Do you want to hero point?
Not if you're gonna roll the.
Yeah, if you're gonna roll. Oh, but
I am going to hero point it because I have
You can turn a failure into a success. Can you turn a critical failure into a success?
No, but I have one of my own omens. That's a skill check plus.
Oh, that you roll
that's
for yourself.
That's the last remaining card I have.
So you'd have to roll 2 natural ones.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah,
So I'm going to use my hero.
If that happens, then Saren Ray was dooming us.
Yeah.
Because
So
that's
the third-
Yeah,
bullshit.
seriously.
Triple crit. Oh,
Yes! Oh, I got
That's
2
double
fours.
It was on the
I-
last pair of
I rolled a pair of
D6s
fours.
both times. and he
Oh,
got it.
oh my gosh! So they both have plus 4s.
It was whiffs on all
Oh.
of them until the last 2 in each pair of 6.
the heart of the cards.
Yeah.
Truly the greatest. Thank gosh.
All right. So the ritual begins at noon,
Mm-hmm.
such that the ritual will complete at dawn
Yes.
on the next day. The 2 bodies are set up in the main cathedral. Actually, you know what? No, they would not be on the cathedral. They would be in the cathedral courtyard.
Where everyone can watch.
Yes.
Oh God.
So they set up 2 plinths, stone plinths, in the center of the cathedral courtyard, and the ritual has begun. The secondary checks are rolled before the primary check. So go ahead and roll your secondary check.
Well, that's a
That's
really high.
really
roll.
high.
That's actually
oh my
good.
gosh. I
There's
don't know
only
if it's enough
3
for
better.
a crit,
Wait,
but
did
it's
we
a.
just fast travel to nighttime? Did I miss that?
No.
No, their secondary checks are starting at the beginning of the ritual.
I got 32.
So you're looking for a...
That's a success. I just don't know if it's a crit. Society, right?
Resurrect. Secondary is a 27 based on Zach's
Yes.
message.
I succeeded. I'm happy with succeeding
Yep.
there.
Yeah.
I didn't hinder.
You didn't make it worse.
I literally needed to nat 20 to crit succeed, so I'm very happy with that.
Do better.
I still have. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Did you need to?
This guy.
Okay. All right. The the cleric that you just provided a boon to
Yeah.
will roll medicine. Anyone have a d20 for me?
No.
I'll roll it.
Was
I'll roll it
talking
out
about this an
here.
hour and a half ago.
Kevin said to use this one.
That's the resurrect D20, for better or for worse.
So if it's a success, we keep it. We don't tempt fate with the reroll. Yeah.
That's plus 17.
Okay.
32.
Another 32.
32.
Yeah. A success.
Excellent. What do you guys...
This cleric is like, I'm rerolling.
Hero point.
I'm rerolling.
Classic hero point.
You are approached by another cleric who does 2 things. One, asks you to be here in the courtyard before dawn
Oh.
for the completion of this ritual, and also asks for a donation to the church.
So you can take I liquidated a bunch of stuff. We have 2013 gold right now.
It's 840 GP for a resurrect.
It's going to be a little more than that
Because we hired a second person.
because you're asking a second person. So you were asked for 1,000 gold pieces.
Yeah.
Okay.
Work it over.
Work it over. What do we have
It's
exactly?
like that's one of the other reasons why I wanted to be one of the casters, and I remember there was like a labor component to it.
Yes.
Makes
yeah.
sense.
What are you guys doing between noon and the morning?
I'm busy.
Yeah,
But-
you're busy.
Back to the library.
Okay. Yeah.
I will. Honestly, I don't really want to leave the courtyard. Because, I mean, several reasons. I'm tempted just to like find a quiet corner where I can like observe the ritual and craft while I'm waiting. Because, however, I realized that craft ritual I tried to do yesterday, I didn't have enough money to do it. So,
Oh, really?
If I had succeeded, I would have been like, can I
Oops.
borrow 60
that's
gold?
funny.
Yeah. So I don't actually know what I would craft. Actually, you know what? I guess I will leave the square. Or I will leave the courtyard. I will spend my time going to each of the entrances to the city, and just talking up, or talking with the soldiers that are stationed there, and sort of trying to assure them that we're gonna get through this, that it's gonna be okay, that we'll pull out ahead, and sort of like not trying to brag, but just talk about the blows we've already inflicted on them.
You're like doing some morale boosting?
Pretty
I
much,
like
yeah.
that.
Not only that, but I want them to know who I am for later.
Okay.
So that next time when we run out the city gates and we need to be let in promptly, there isn't so much hesitation.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And then finally, I want to go and help Serana at the training grounds. And basically spar, or however I can help to not only help train the people that are there, but
She will, if you offer your assistance, she asks less for you to train and more for you to talk about how the Red Hand approaches combat, like how they attack, how they group themselves, how they, how they've seen, how you've seen them.
I will happily go into not only details of the rank and file goblins, but what the dragons are capable of, what to avoid.
She
Okay,
says
maybe not
to
that.
talk about
Maybe
the
not
dragons,
that.
but
then about like the abilities of like the warg, how smart they are, their
Yeah.
illusion magic,
yeah.
Manticore.
the manticores, just any animal, any creature we've fought. Discuss its intelligence, what it might be weak to, what not to do when you're confronted with them, what to watch out for when you're confronted with them,
When to run.
when to run.
Okay, awesome. Well, that can be of a huge help for sure. What are you going to look for in the library?
Two things. First off, intelligent magical weapons.
Intelligent magical weapons.
That's a good call.
Interesting. Okay. Roll an Arcana check. Is there a specific thing you're looking for?
See if
So stressed.
if Shadow Steel is
You were
part of history books somewhere
That's
or
the stress.
something like that.
Oh.
That's kind of crap. 17 plus 6 is 23 plus 5 for the library is 28.
That's pretty good.
That's a 6.
You don't find any entries that appear to reflect your exact weapon, if that makes sense. However, you do find a couple entries of similar weapons. They are generally referred to as relic weapons. Items that are useless in the hands of the uninitiated, in the hands of the weak, but impossibly powerful in the hands of the strong-willed, the experienced, that tend to grow and change with the will of the wielder. And this does seem to resonate with you in terms of your weapon. And it talks about a couple example weapons from history. Nothing that seems to match what you've personally experienced. But something that interesting that you pull out of your research is that the idea is referenced multiple times that a weapon's abilities can be manifested by the will of the wielder. Like, just manifesting a certain type of ability is sometimes enough to have the weapon have that ability.
It's insane.
It usually requires quite a feat of will and strength of purpose, but it seems to be possible.
I imagine I'm basically, I'm spending most of the day in the library, so I've probably, removed my swords from where I usually will hold them and everything, and just like as I read this and just like look over at Shadow Steel, just like leaning on a shelf, and just imagine it firing off bolts of lightning.
Be adamantine.
I mean, yeah.
That would also be really good. Yeah, just like the black metal of the kukri, and just wreathed in lightning.
I think how many resurrections we could buy with that.
Well, I can do the wreath in lightning thing, but like, no, honestly, it being able to like to hold spells.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I
Okay.
envision.
All right. I may ask you to sort of translate that into words at some point, so I have like a record. But yeah. Do you study through the night, or do you rest?
No, I imagine that I went there for the start of the ritual, at least.
Yes.
When things were kicking off, and had they seemed like less agreeable to his portent, I was going to be like, oh well, they're from the same place. They share in this, I don't know, particular type of spirituality. But it didn't become relevant or necessary. So I was there when it started. I know that they requested his axe there at the end, so I will, research well into the night. But around midnight, 1 o'clock or something, I would either go back to wherever we're staying and find him, and if he's not there, I would head back to the courtyard where I assume he would be.
Yeah.
While I'm doing all my stuff today, can I take a short break to look for something at the magic shops?
Yeah.
It's a bronze bow pendant. It's a level 2 item.
You're able to find that at
Red.
yeah,
Okay.
at Red.
I'll pick one up. 7 gold. Okay, that's pocket money.
Okay. Anything else before dawn arrives?
She offered to do the Raise Dead at dawn too, so we're gonna hopefully finish the first one and then Raise Dead right afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Likely. I mean, we don't know for sure, but
Sure.
They're both,
you do know both bodies
both
are out
bodies
there.
are out there.
I mean, it seems kind of redundant at this point, but I'll pray to Saren Ray.
All right.
Just like believes.
All right.
Is there any way I could cast heroism on the primary caster before they make their check?
No, I don't think so. Not as a secondary caster.
Okay.
Okay, so as the horizon begins to light before the sun actually rises, and the ambient light begins to lift the bustling city out of darkness. You all approach this courtyard in front of the massive cathedral to Sarenrae. As the first glimmers of sunlight peek over the horizon, you see that this cathedral is oriented such that the giant stained glass window that crests its peak catches those rays and casts them slowly onto the courtyard. The glow of this circular blazing image of the Dawnflower slowly moves across the courtyard until it consumes almost the entire thing. And as it approaches, the two of your allies at rest, you see Atya chanting, praying to Sarenrae at the feet of Hrontor, flanked by another cleric and by Runar. And as you feel the temperature rise, as you feel the light begin to shimmer across the courtyard, 6 clerics approach, forming a circle around the corpses, with a 7th spot clearly open for you.
Oh, fuck it. Okay, well.
The 6 draw their weapons
Oh, okay.
and ready themselves.
Yeah, shield up. Is this in the square, right?
Yeah, in front of everybody. And
Felru's out too, baby.
as this happens, everyone sort of backs away, sort of taking all of this in. And you can feel the moment when the sun fully rises and the light is cast perfectly onto this square through the stained glass window, as time seems to stop for a moment. And
We're using the same one.
Oh boy.
I don't know that I want to watch.
What do we need here?
you
32.
That's
You-
not too bad.
you feel a presence behind you, as the blazing light of the stained glass window becomes almost blinding as you sense the High Priestess entering the circle. And 10 plus 20 plus 1 is not enough.
Oh,
So we will have to re-roll.
So we need
plus 4.
We needed an 11.
It's the plus
So you,
4.
so you actually need a lot less here.
Yeah, you need a
Now we need a 7.
Oh.
Oh!
No! Kidding me?
All right.
God damn it, by 1.
By 1.
Leave that.
We literally just needed a top 50 percentile roll.
Second time, not even.
Yeah, I know. Second time not even, but either.
The blazing light, the blinding light fades, and you see Hrontor unmoving upon the plinth. And as that sadness grows in your chest, you see, standing at your side, is Rex.
Just alive already?
Yes.
Yeah.
Standing there beside Goldenbrow, staring at your still dead friend. And she says to you, Sarenrae has spoken, but she has not demanded death. I see not a specter within this body. There are still days before this army reaches us, and there are still opportunities, should you wish it. It just was not meant for this moment. And she leaves, giving you a nod as she does.
I'll nod to her and say another mind message. Thank you, Scion.
This time she does not respond to you.
And I'll take Rex's glaive, which I brought with me, and I'll hand it to him and say, "Hunt's not over, friend. Welcome back." And I'll give him a hug.
What do I have? What of my gear am I... Like, what am I wearing?
I don't think they took any of your gear.
I
Or
mean,
just as
we
is?
would have his glaive and bow. You'd be
Yeah.
wearing what you were
Yeah.
wearing, but
Yes.
we removed satchels, bags, or backpacks.
Yes.
You
You probably feel pretty bare at the moment, I
yeah,
guess.
you
outside
also
of
have
clothing.
1 hit point,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and you are clumsy 2, drained 2, and enfeebled
Oh
2.
yeah, I was like leaning
Yeah.
on the plinth.
Actually, you know what? She would have healed you to full health before she left.
Okay.
Good done
Which is still, I think,
But you still feel terrible.
yeah. Also, I have something, a physical change, yes,
It's like
that I get to,
yeah, it's you get to pick.
I will pick, or,
If you'd like to pick, I think it's fair.
okay.
You don't have to decide now if you don't want to.
Oh, I don't have to, but I think I have something in mind
Okay.
that I think I'm just gonna ship, because in the
Yeah.
moment, I think it makes sense to do it with the first thing that comes to mind. So you guys are used to the fact that I have, like, the eye slashes,
Mm-hmm.
but now also down from the, like, corner of each of Rex's eyes and down to, like, here on his cheek is just like a all white, basically motion, like, trace of, like, where a teardrop would have went, and just, like, stops there. And actually, it's probably, if it's Sarenrae, would it make sense for it to even be almost like a golden,
Sure.
yeah,
The
so
color
there's-
of like dawn
yeah, so
sunlight.
it's like
Yeah.
there's like a golden teardrop
Oh, that's
that
cool.
goes down to, like, there on either side of his face.
Welcome back to the land of the living.
Just hold on to the glaive and
And
just
I'll
lean.
let him lean on my shoulder. Like, if he'll let me do that, I would
Mhm.
I would like sort of help, like, walk him out, not carry him, but you know what I mean. And let him, like, hold his glaive in the other hand. Glad to have you back, Rex.
Does it feel like I'm back?
Don't think it will for probably a week.
Probably exactly.
Do you guys get the bastards?
Yeah.
Oh, I cut him to absolute ribbons. Bastard.
Destroyed the bridge too.
Good.
Your bow's done.
Happy birthday.
That is the perfect end line for the session.
Yeah.
You both said.
Yeah, let's end it on that. That seems right. That seems to be just right. All right.
I
cool.
guess I would have said after I'd chuckle at that, and I'd like look back over my shoulder towards the temple and back at Redrick and say, I guess two of you religious folk aren't that shit after all. And just like blink and like turn and keep moving.
Yeah, I think you would probably recognize that you're in Brindol.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So yeah, it's like, I don't know. You're marked with Saren right now. Might be 3. You might not know it yet, because unless someone's giving you a mirror.
I definitely don't know it. I would assume I don't.
Yeah, I don't think you would.
I wouldn't have seen myself. Yeah.
No, it goes in the garbage now.
Hey, it rolled just fine on that first one.
Yeah, I know.
Can I tell you how relieved I am that we don't have to do that for 2 people? Oh my gosh.
We just have to do it for one person twice.
Yeah, there's so many checks there where it can go wrong.
Oh, yeah.
It's like actually insane how many places that can go wrong. And
Turns out bringing people back from the dead,
Yeah.
not simple.
Oh, man.
God damn it.
That was a close one.
I know.
But I prayed. That's gonna give me a +1.
I'm just like, I don't think I have any capability to assist in this
No.
in any real
I
useful
definitely
way.
didn't.
I could have rolled a natural 1 on that second roll, so.
Sure. It's true.
Yeah.
The 10, the brutal 10.
That
You know
was-
what? Actually, I feel like it was like incredibly close to being at 12.
Oh man.
Well, that was well done, everybody.
I did my best. I tried so hard.
I hate that there's like
Let
no.
me provide skill check rerolls
I can think
to
of
the
nothing
NPCs,
that would give a
please.
+1 to the roll, because that's how it's set up.
Sorry, you just bring Tor back.
I'm gonna try
Next
again.
week.
I'm gonna try again.
Well, she didn't charge us for that Spear's dead, right? Was that the boon she gave
Yeah,
us?
she just
Yeah,
walked
she
away.
shouldn't charge you a thing.
Wow, that's big.
That was very big.
What if we had to pay for both of them and failed both of them?
That's what I was
just like
terrified
we're out
about.
4,000 gold and both allies.
Did we sell that kukri already?
Not yet.
No.
No.
It's looking likely now.
We have enough gold to try one more without selling the kukri, but then we will be selling it.
Let's
Kukri's
maybe start
worth-
selling the runes on the kukri.
No, let's keep the one rune and sell the kukri.
Oh, who cares about weapons? Just use your imagination.
Also, it doesn't like
keep
largely
this,
improve needle darts, right? It just gives it the property.
Yeah. It's still good though. Like
It's
a lot of
also worth, I think, 2+2 weapon
It's
runes.
worth it's only like 1,400 some gold. Yeah.
How likely do I feel like it would be to... this is the exact same question I asked earlier, but I'm going to ask it anyway. To trade the Void, assuming we didn't sell it, the Void rune for its astral counterpart.
The decaying.
The decaying for its astral counterpart, yeah.
Oh, if you can find it, it
Sure.
might be possible.
Okay.
There's no
The Void is worth like 40
down
more than the Astral
to
or
the
something like
ritual.
that, but they're both the same
Right.
level of rune.
As long as you don't fail, you
And they're like
you could
counterparts.
theoretically do it again the next day, right?
Yeah, as long
And
as
the
you're
Void
still
one is,
within
like,
the time
technically
That's why
just-
she said what
Yeah.
she said.
That's what
Most people would see it's
Well,
better.
Andy
The only reason
doesn't
I
get
want the
possessed.
Astral one is
Yeah,
because I
right,
don't want to
exactly.
associate with void
That's-
damage or bleed
that's the
damage.
important-
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm glad Caleb wasn't here for the session.
Yeah.
When he
Would have been a bummer.
It's so tragic, but we
But
can
maybe
try,
it would have been successful if he was here.
we can try again at the beginning of next
I
session.
think Zach forgot to roll twice, one for each soul.
Yeah, there you go.
That was to bring back Crown, I guess.
only one of them comes back.
Alright, we can stop that.
Oh, yeah.
Bye, friends.
Bye.
Good